Guten Morgen, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Here we are once again. It is Friday. It is the second day of qualifying here at the EFRA GT8 and GTE European Championships from Leipzig. We are at MCV Leipzig, just somewhere on the outskirts of Leipzig here in Germany. So thank you very much for joining us. My name is Frank McKinney. I'll be chattering and babbling to you all day long. We've got Matt next to me who will be manning the camera movements and wandering the pits and getting some excellent montage sort of photos and video and providing some excellent, awesome content that you'll be able to find on the EFRA Facebook pages. And in the video pieces that we play out today is Will Venables. So thank you very much for joining us so early. And we'll pop into the comments and see who exactly is joining us. Let us know who you're looking forward to seeing. What's that? Oh yes. Okay, that's good. I read it as initials, A and B. Oh, okay. So we're just helping the EFRA officials here find some sticky material to attach the time schedule to the window. Yes, so yeah, we're ready to get rolling, and the racers are as well. So in this one there you can see the racers who are going to be in this qualifying heat. This is round 3 of qualifying, and as is normal and traditional, we're starting with round 1 once again. Initially, yesterday's schedule was in what we call round robin sort of format, where we started with heats 1 through 10, and then started again with 4, and then started again, I think probably with 7 or 8 or whatever. But we're not doing that. Go 1 through 10, and so forth for 5 qualifying rounds. So today's schedule will run through approximately up to 10 to 6 p.m., ending, as far as I know, ending today with a mechanics race, which I'm not sure if that's actually confirmed to be the case, but we'll see. Time schedule for the 20th, which is today. So yes, the mechanics race still scheduled for 5:30 local time, that's Central European time. So if we do mention any times due today, that is Central European time, so please adjust your internal mental clocks accordingly. So -1 if you're in Portugal or the UK, -6 if you're on the east coast of the US, and so on and so forth. Obviously, if you're in Eastern Europe, add 1 hour. So we're scheduled to finish the day with the team manager meeting, as is tradition. But we'll get to that when we get to that. We're not actually going to be covering that. We're only concerned with the racing today. Right. So we've got a moving camera set up. We've got, who is this that we're following on track? The white and red. Wow, okay. That's this is one of our Croatian racers, I believe. Car number 7. Car number 7 of Matosic. So any of our Croatian, Slovenian, and Slovakian friends out there who are cheering for, there's a good number of racers from those 3 countries. Our most recent RCTV hero, Ivan Cinco, is from Croatia. He's cheering on, obviously, Dario, but I'm sure he's cheering on Matosic. Zvonimir Matosic. So it's pretty cool. I do like the red and white checkers. It's very, very distinctive. However, we do have a very quickly approaching orange and yellow Audi who's catching up to that car number 7. car number 6, if we follow that one along, coming through the sweeper. Very quick, car number 6. That is Martin Schrenk. And I can only identify it as an Audi-shaped vehicle because it's got the big R10 sort of side pods on the side, or the vent opening, you know, the mock vent openings, I should say. So going pretty quick. However, I'll have a look out for our current leader, which is car number 5. And this is why I'm slightly confused, because the light up LED timing tower at the start of the straight has been reconfigured to now it's showing a completely different set of information than yesterday. So the car number and then lap number. Okay, so car number 5 is still who I'm going to look out for. Someone has got a... Where's car number 5? Martin, where are you? Ah, it's the orange car coming down the pit straight just now, going into the sweeper. It's car number 5 of Martin on his 11th lap. And his last lap was a 20.89. And I know that information because they've added it to the timing tower, which is fabulous. So now I don't have to look away too much. Here's Martin. That's the finish line there. And then the grid. The sweeper, so this is all full throttle. Take a little tour of the track with Martin. And coming past that number 7 car we were following before. There's the big chicane. Got a hairpin in the middle. And then finish off a little kink. And then another hairpin there. So that is a very quick tour of the track. It's fairly big for GT8 cars. Be perfect for 1/8 or large-scale touring car, which I do race here. Martin giving us a little tour. So again, down the grid. I assume that's going to be the proper starting grid for at least for the electrics. I'm not sure where they're going to be doing the GT8 category from. Have a dead car in the middle of the track. We've got 2 minutes remaining in this one. Oh, and a dead car and a very battered body shell as well. Been turned into a convertible somehow. So if we move, well, as Martin catches this car in front, this sort of yellow and orange and white with the black wing, we'll stick with that number 1 car as he passes it, and I'll get a name for you. That is Sebastian Lalande, who Martin is catching. This car just in front. Sorry, it's going down the main straight now with the black wing. Through the S's, and another couple of cars ending up on the grass. It's as we were following some of these cars yesterday, and it's very easy to tell when they did go 4 wheels off into the grass and get stuck. It literally takes about a lap and a half, up to 2 laps, to lose the grass off of the tires and regain the traction that they lost. These tires do get very hot and sticky. So when they come off the track or go dip into the grass on the inside wheels just like that. So now Sebastian going to have some trouble getting the braking and acceleration points down. And you might, if he goes a little bit, yeah, see that back end coming out. A little bit too much throttle coming out of the S's. That middle chicane. And... Ooh, a little hop there. So the grass will start to be wearing off by this point and should have roughly about the same amount of traction that he had before he went onto the grass. But during that whole time, these drivers will be struggling to figure out, okay, how much traction do I actually have going to this left and how much do I have going into this right? And it becomes quite complicated. And of course, that just invites even more mistakes. So time is expired, but we're going to stick with Sebastian as he comes into the pits so we can just show you the pits in case you weren't with us yesterday. So here's a pit entrance. Slow, 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 because there's concrete and rubber barriers all over the place. And there is our finishing results. So we're just, once those come off the screen, like right now, we're going to show you a little bit of the action that we had yesterday. And we'll come back and continue catching up with you this morning. Okay, so that was a little tidbit of action that we had yesterday. Thank you to young Will for providing those images for us. I'm going to assume it was Matt that picked the music, so credit to him. So the last group that we just saw on track now heading out to turn marshal. The next group already on the rostrum. And the car is just underneath us, being picked up into, taken into the technical inspection area. So there's a bit of a break. I'm not sure why there's such a long break between the electrics heats. There's still 3 minutes of a break. Yeah. Okay, so they're speeding things up by making it 2 minutes. Well, no, it's 3 minutes for the race to start, but 2 minutes for the track to open. So we still got a couple minutes. Thought we'd play out another little montage for you. If you're joining us so early, do let us know where you're joining us from. Yesterday we had viewers from Perth in Australia joining us, South Africa. I'm sure we probably had a couple of our Malaysian friends joining us. There is a Malaysian racer here. And he's here with his Chinese friend, who lives also in Malaysia, as a guest racer, which is pretty cool. Obviously, not going to be challenging for the win, but here as a just a nice gesture of goodwill. It's pretty cool to see. And we had racers joining us, racing fans joining us from Wisconsin, Maryland, Florida, and elsewhere in the U.S. So, and of course, we had racers from all over Europe joining us. So do let us know where you're joining us from, and we'll get to your answers and replies in the comments as soon as we can. Just helps to have something to talk about. Let us know if you're cheering anyone in particular. Wow, we already we have someone from Indianapolis joining us. That's amazing. Stefan Bandy. So thank you very much for joining us. It's very early in the morning for you, isn't it? So the race time has just started. Of course, we have the list of drivers and nationalities up on the screen. So Stefan from Indianapolis, let us know if you're a fellow GT8 racing fan, and if you are, where you race your GT8 car at, whether it's nitro, electric, etc. And if you're not a current GT8 racer, let us know what you're racing at the moment. So who are we following now? One of these two cars coming down the curvy pit straight. That lead car is going to be car number 3 of our second place, currently our second place driver, Katura, Zdenek Katura, running race paint. So much respect to everyone who's running race paint. It's good to see. Obviously, I know many of these drivers here with 4, 5, 6 different body shells. Most of the cars running a Pagani-shaped body shell. A few are running Audi-shaped, slightly blunter front ends. But most everybody running the arrow sharp. Arrow as in bow and arrow. Oh, under the grass and hitting the sewage grate in the middle and getting all grass on the track. And okay, so here's a good example. So that car number 3, which is now currently the 3rd car in line, going down the straight, main straight, just went onto the grass. Oh, and dips inner wheels on the grass again. And then again. And that's where the crash happened a lap ago. Now there's a gaggle of 4 cars behind him. But it's just about now is when the tires will have shedded most of the grass off of the surface, so the grip has come back by this point. But it takes a while, at least a lap, probably closer to 2 laps of hard running to get the dirt and little tiny stones and grains of sand and gravel and everything. But most importantly, the grass. The grass here is very dry. It's not rained all week, and it's not looking to rain all weekend. So it's good weather for racing, but if you go off the track, who's this behind him? Absolutely hounding him. It's car 5. Who's this? Of Roland Schrenk, who's our current leader, actually. But by virtue of Zdenek coming off, Zdenek Katura coming off the track and losing probably about 3 or 5 seconds there. So now Roland all over the back of Katura. So this is where hopefully the referees are having a sharp eye, because at some point, there we go. Go off the track again with the leader behind you. You may as well just pull over because you're holding everybody up. So we're going to stick with Roland here. This number 5 coming down across the finish line now, down the grid. On the sweeper. This is all full speed from that starting finishing line. And then now it's a break into the S's, the chicane in the middle of the track. Very slow there. You have to be, because these curbs are pretty unforgiving. They're serrated curbs, these red and white painted curbs. A bit wide coming out of the final turn. And that is a couple of laps with Roland. So pretty quick. Could be hugging those white lines a little bit more. But Roland probably going to be moving out of, if Roland has had a couple more qualifiers in a similar sort of speed. Ooh, and wow, Katura definitely up to speed again. I think Katura was running first or second when he came off the track. Oh, and now Ah, that is massively unfortunate. 2 cars getting a bit. That's unfortunately that's the effect of trying to get past a slower car. You don't quite know what they're going to do, and of course these racers not really speaking necessarily all the same language or even English. This is car 4 that we're with, another yellow car, but car 4. So Roland has come off of the top spot, and car 4 is Tobias Bayer, Martin Bayer's son. I don't know why I said Bayer and Bayer. They're both from the same family. Tobias prefers going by the Bayer pronunciation. Martin prefers the Bayer. That's absolutely not true. That's sorry, Martin. Anyway, young Tobias here. Martin proudly racing the European Championships with his son. Martin, as I was mentioning yesterday, at least 2 or 3 times a European champion himself, and not even in this class. He's a large-scale, former large-scale European champion, and I think a 4-wheel drive electric off-road champion, and just gotten passed by Katura. That is young Tobias getting passed. But yeah, so we'll give Tobias, one of our youngest racers here actually, which is great to see. We have lots and lots of young racers. There's one particular young racer, I'm pretty sure a local of the club, who's been very helpful, helping us find various things that we need, electrical cables and network cables and all sorts of things. So he's been very helpful. I don't know his name, but whoa, Tobias getting on the grass there, so that's going to mess up his traction for a little bit. So if we just hang back, just wait for, oh, we have the number 1 car just coming underneath us now. Sorry, the 7. Sorry, just coming onto the main straight now, the orange and green. It looks very much like the old school Mazda 787B car. But, it's the only car with the green and that shade of orange on track, so it's quite distinctive. This is Frederick Liu. I'll just stick with Frederick. Where's he gone? There he is, coming through the S's. Yeah, so if you're a fan of World Endurance Championship or Le Mans racing, you'll remember the Mazda 787B. And that's the end of the race. So yeah, but it's good to catch these different racers and cars out on the track. And there's our finishing order. There we go. That was a very friendly message from our friends at X-Ray and Hoodie. We'll see Uri Hoodie out on track soon enough. But we do want to thank our very generous and amazing sponsorship partners, allowing us to bring this coverage to you free and live all weekend long. Thank you very much to Senesi Motorsport, our title sponsor for this weekend. That's why they are mentioned on the title of the video. So thank you very much to Senesi. Natanelli, we talked to him yesterday, and he's been out on track, having some races better than others, but I'm sure he'll be doing much better today. Also, thank you to X-Ray, who you just saw there on the on that video piece, and also Skepis Model, another kit provider, and also to Hobbywing, Energy Fuels, and Elsaram, and also Gmar and Corsatec. So we found out yesterday, talking to Mr. Gmar himself, Giovanni, Yeah, so Giovanni leads to Gmar. That's how you pronounce it, just in case you were wondering. I'm sure you were. So yes, we talked to Nathaniele from Senesi Motorsport. He makes a series of conversion sets for the X-Ray GT8 chassis that effectively turn it into almost a whole new car. All sorts of options that you can get on SenesiMotorsport.com. Do check that out. So if you want to do just the front end, the back end, the middle bit, the chassis area, the drivetrain, etc., there's all sorts of bits that he provides and uses, of course. Race tested and championship winner as well. So he's a defending GT8 champion. Last year's GTE champion, Rosario Gayamo, is running in both classes of GTE Electric and GT8 Nitro. So he is out there. He will be out there in action soon enough, really. And also, we've got, who else? We've got Alessio Mazzeo and B.A. Arnaldi, previous champions in this category. So we have many, many winners who are going to be looking to take the wins. And just looking for a charging cable for my phone. Here we are. This is a suitable one. Yes, so our friend in Indianapolis, yes, 3-something a.m., which is late enough. So I hope either you're being paid to watch us, like on a, I don't know, late shift or something. We also have someone watching us from Tacoma, Washington, so even further behind. But something that must be what, -9 hours. So it's, yeah, just almost midnight 30. And then we have someone watching us from Mexico, which is fantastic. I don't remember too many Mexican viewers, but that's really cool. It's good to hear. Thank you for joining us. So just in case you're wondering what's happening here on screen, that is where those red lines are. That is the parc ferme, basically. So when the cars come off the track, the mechanics underneath that you can see in the pits there, they put the boxes which have each driver's allocated tires. They put them in the numbered area for the correct number of the car, and then the car on top of the box. And then it all gets pulled into the technical inspection area through the window. And job's a good one. So that's what you're seeing there, basically. And when we come back, there's the drivers who are out on track right now. And there's me saying, join the RCTV Heroes. It's our fast sweeper cam. And we're on a nicely painted race paint. Well, that car just went upside down. So I'm going to blame that one on Matt. And who's this? Oh, Gerd Pfeiffer coming through the S's. Is that who we're with? Always on Gerd first. Gerd, one of our heroes. Actually here wearing RC Racing TV merch, which is fabulous. So this is Gerd running a Genius. So in case you're curious about the brands of cars, Genius is one of the brands of cars, a very popular Italian brand. They also make large-scale touring cars. And recently, well, the last several years, been making a GT8 car. Very cool. Got Zeno and Paola in the pit area with a big Genius tent. We also have, as I said, the Senesi car, the X-Ray car, which many people here racing. The Raptor, the Capricorn. Oh, Gerd getting onto the grass there under the shade of the tree. So Gerd, a pretty handy driver. But we can see, obviously, he's lost loads of track time just going off the track. But now the traction, as I was saying earlier, is going to really be affecting him. And that car behind him, trying to brake, coming into that hairpin, and it's just not worked. trying to catch up, and the red car still there, just flashing in the back of screen, but it's Gerd running third even after that mistake. So that was a 19.65 that last lap, and still, even with that mistake, because he was able to keep it pointed straight and come on track, really hardly lose any time at all. He's still running first when he comes across the finish line, which is just here around the corner, that big white stripe across the track. That's the finish line. Timing loop. There is a backup timing loop, as there needs to be for all European Championships. And then through the S's. Quite slow through there. So he hasn't gone off. That was just the one mistake. I think in qualifying at this sort of level of the, if you're not in the top heat, you can be allowed one and still get away with it. So other cars have come across the finish line since, and yeah, so Tomislav and Cerveni also battling with Gerd on the clock, but not on the track. Ooh, and that nice pass there, past the number 7. That number 7 was Gerd Renner. So another Gerd. There's also another Pfeiffer in this heat, but no relation. So if we drop back one car to the red car coming through the S's, or well, to the hairpin now. This is car number 6 of it was just there, Christian Stoltz. Gerd getting a little bit squirrely coming out of the S's. But Christoph trying to chase down Pfeiffer. Sorry, Christian, not Christoph. So Gerd getting slightly hung up. Potential, there's a lot of lap traffic now ahead of Gerd. So a possibility for Christian to catch now. I think Gerd made another mistake, and that's why he had to pass that yellow number 7 again. But Christian, now there's another car, but and Christian getting sideways there, entering the, you don't want to brake when you're in the middle of a turn going into the chicane. You brake before you hit the chicane. Just racing 101. Okay, now there's no cars between them. It's not a heads-up race like you might have in a club racing format, but purely just racing versus the clock. But when you get someone on track ahead of you, you cannot help but be, like, as they say, a red flag to a bull. Although, to be fair, that is a myth, literally. Matt hates it when I say that, so. Past the pink car, I think that's the number 9 of Johann Strasser. So now Christian hunting down Gerd. So 5 rounds of qualifying. This is why it's important, and kind of sticking with this little battle on the clock. There's 5 rounds of qualifying, and at least 2 to throw out. I should have looked that up last night, to be honest. But if someone can check the EFRA handbook rules for me, let me know in the chat. So I'm going on the basis that there's likely 3 to count out of the 5. So if you have 2 bad runs, you're really under pressure to have 3 good runs, if you understand. So you can have one where your electronics die, or the battery dumps, or the engine cuts out, or something like that, or you just go off the track a bunch of times. And you can go, okay, I'm fine. There's 4 more chances as Christian gets past Gerd. So what has happened to Gerd? I think he might be, there's a minute left. He can't be dumping at this point. So Gerd definitely losing top spot there as Christian takes it over. This is literally the battle for the lead in the heat. So we'll let, and now Christian makes a mistake and allows Gerd to catch. So if we move, well, no, we may as well stick with him for the final minute. Because this, ooh, and Christian gets on the grass. So now what's that going to allow Gerd to do? So this is a very good representative example. These guys going fairly similar pace, really, but just making roughly the same amount of mistakes. I think Gerd probably made an extra mistake or two more than Christian. And again, Christian goes half on, half off the grass. Or does he know something I don't? Because these guys will have done track walks and all sorts of things to see where they can maybe cut corners. Doesn't look like he's lost. He's gone very wide there, but then Gerd has as well. So Gerd has stopped. But Christian is carried on. So maybe Christian is still on a lap. No, the clock would have carried on counting. So yeah, Christian was done. Okay, well, in that one, actually Tomislav took the win in that qualifier, as you can see on the results there.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum,
And I'm Frank McKinney.
and here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
Hi, everybody. Totally secret, no one knows. You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right
Right
where
now.
we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah.
That screen around that corner. Getting something going on in here, it's horrible. So it might be useful if we had the screen there.
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to make it.
Someone from watching us from Canberra, Australia. Amazing. UJ Light. 1725 here. Oh, you don't put the colon in, of course. 17:25. So 5:25 in the evening. What side? I'm going to guess. I can't remember where Canberra is. Is that the northern coast? I'm really bad with Canadian and Australian geography. I know Sydney's down there. I know where Perth is because I have family members there. Melbourne is, well, it's near, quote unquote, to Sydney. Tasmania down there. Phillip Island, I can't remember where that is. That's somewhere on the south coast, isn't it? Watching from Richmond, California. Amazing. Steven's wrenching on an HPI RS4 Nitro at 3 in the morning. Amazing. UJ Light saying, I was halfway into the 2024 finals of the IFMAR Worlds when I saw this was on. Fabulous. That's great. May as well watch something live. You can always catch the Worlds finals later on. Oh, and now we got the mid-green car. Now it's a four-way battle.
Poleman is being run back to the pit, so Poleman is going to miss the start. Oh no! Hatner's going with Ben. Ben and Hatner right together now on the last time. And Ben's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kobovic made an error, so Kobovic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time. Okay, so we're back on the moving camera. Time has started. 10 seconds into heat 4 of round 3 of qualifying. So thank you, everybody. I knew we'd have at least one Australian joining us in the chat. But again, let me know where Canberra is, because don't have time to look it up myself. I'm just curious. I know where Tacoma is. Haven't been there. No, I have been there. I've been to Indianapolis as well. Went to a science museum with a big brontosaur outside, and at the time it had a gigantic bumblebee Transformers robot thing inside. It was quite cool. It was really neat. More for kids, but it was still fun. So let's see who we're following. I think this that car nearly losing it coming onto the straight. The yellow with the white wing coming through the S's. And that's car 1 of Peter Jandl. I'm guessing it's Jandl, unless it's Jandl. I got caught out with that once before, calling a German Josef when his name was just Joseph. It's like, oh, I'm imparting too much Europeanism on them. But anyway, this is Peter coming through the S's and swinging it. Oh, that was... I would have waited. Now you got grass all over. I would have just done the circle on the tarmac. But racers do what they got to do. Oh, yeah, we do have Uri Hudi out on track. He's now 2 cars ahead of Peter. So if we move forward to the 2 brightish cars coming across the finish line just now, the leading one in the pink and black, that is Uri Hudi. So Mr. Hudi himself, like literally, we have a Hudi on the track, running, well, guess what? No prizes. Oh my goodness, the car has just launched itself through the pits. I wish we would have had that on camera, but we don't. Anyway, just you can see it there on the side, the yellowish car. So Uri Hudi getting past, let me see this car number 7 getting sideways there. That's our leader that he's just passed, of Pasquale Kogel. And somehow, how is Pasquale still in the lead? So if we drop back 1 car to Pasquale, who's currently our leader, this pink and teal car, magenta, whatever you want to call it. In F1, that would be purple, because it's the magenta is kind of the color that they use for the fastest sector times. But Martin Brundle likes to call it purple. Well, all the racers like to call it purple, but it's more magenta. So yeah, it's teal going this way, or minty green, and then we got purple going that way. So nothing like confusing commentators and referees and other racers. Can you imagine? It's like you have your mechanic telling you, oh, okay, the purple car ahead of you is, oh no wait, oh wait, no. Anyway, this is Pasquale. Ooh, and jeez, he nearly would have collected the car number 1 of Peter, who is just the car ahead of him now. But Peter getting a bit wrong on the pit straight, ending up on the wrong side of the track, and then nearly getting hit by 2 cars going 2 different ways. So that would have been something. So let's see who we can follow now. So these 2 cars about to hit the end of the straight, the next 2 cars. There's a bright car and a sort of a dull dishwater gray car. They're both quite active on track, I should say. Maybe we're on this yellow and blue one. Pretty quick. I think it's the car number 6. Frederick Militzer. Yes. Coming down the grid. Across the backup loops, which are the lines painted across the track at the end of the pit straight. The pit not straight, really. Around through the infield. These cars pretty much at full throttle the entire time. Very, very little time off throttle. Coming through the S's. That gray car once again catching him, but then tends to make a mistake and fall back. Let's see who that car number 2 is. Of Marcel Dostal is that gray car behind this bright yellow and blue and orange car. Marcel with a much tighter line coming around. Getting a bit wide there, though. Marcel's just not able to get the braking right, I think. You can tell Marcel in the gray car is genuinely faster, but it just makes mistakes. Look at how the speed, the gain of speed there on the straight, and then comes off the track, and then hits a berm because they've gone off track. So there's genuinely a case of I've got a faster car, I'm just making a few too many mistakes. But Marcel in that car, gray number 2, look at the speed. Wow. Okay, now finally let past. And that this could be a case of I'm faster, but I don't know what you're going to do, so I'm going to make a mistake because I'm slowing down too much because I'm catching you. So, yes, now that, well, the 6 is just dumped with 7 seconds left to go in this one. And race is finished. That was everybody's. Whoa, you don't need to pass them. Everyone's finished. Well, you don't need to do another lap either because the race is finished. Yeah, so we missed. There's down below us. If you're familiar with car parks or parking lots, etc., and where you have like a car stop, like a tire stop. One of the cars down below us, absolutely, it seemed like it was full speed, but we weren't watching it at the time. Ran into the end of one of those car stops that delineate the edge of the pit lane, and just absolutely just flew in the air. So that was interesting.
Makes an error. Marcus Carrup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside. He's got him.
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Okay, so that is the pit lane park for me. There's Mr. Hootie walking off. That's Parc Fermé, where those lines in the car numbers are. And then you can see the technical inspection crew, which is basically the local club members, pulling the cars in to weigh them, measure the body. There's just like jigs that the cars roll through and get measured. So if you've never been to like a nationals type race where they have these jigs, that's basically it's aluminum frames that they roll the car under and inside of, and to very quickly measure the make sure the cars are basically not too low, not too wide or too narrow. Weigh the cars, and in the case of the electric cars, possibly checking voltages and things like that. I'm not sure exactly what they do, but don't quote me on this. But you can check in the EFRA rulebook on EFRA.ws what is involved with that. And it's a very slick operation usually. So there's still a couple minutes to go for the break. So we'll just play out something here. So before the cars get back out on track for their warm-up laps, should they decide to do that, we don't want to thank our sponsors. First of all, we want to thank EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles, for allowing us to bring you this coverage live from Leipzig. Leipzig. EFRA is the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles. We are the official EFRA media partner, bringing you this coverage. And be sure and check out the EFRA Facebook page and YouTube channel. There's lots of good stuff on there. And hit join, hit subscribe. Well, very important. If you want to chat, you have to subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you hit join, you get all sorts of fantastic stuff. The respect of your peers, the envy of your enemies. But most importantly, a set of stickers, discounts on rcracingtv.com, merchandise and clothing. And a shout out. So we're following the car 3 of Bjorn Neumann. Good spot. This is our defending World Cup champion from 2 years ago in Australia. So World Cup, because it's not an official World Championship. There just weren't enough drivers there, or is an invitational thing. I can't remember which. Tony Gruber, the current world champion, will be defending his title in Chile later this year. Tony is also here this weekend, running the Hong Nor. Hong Nor, another one of the chassis that are possible in this class. Jorn Neumann running the S-Works, which is, again, another chassis that's available. Of course, many of these some drivers, like Jorn, Burek Kilic is here as well, running the Skepis. Yeah, a lot of the manufacturers coming from 8th scale, and some of the drivers coming from 8th scale off-road as well. So Jorn making his way past the car 0 of Nick. So is this the? Yeah, there's one of these heats. It's not this one because there's only 2 white cars, 3 white cars. There's one of these heats that literally has 5 white cars. It's half the field is all white cars, so it's very difficult to differentiate between them. It's really weird. But yes, this is Jorn Neumann. I think, yes, multiple or at least one-time European champion. Let's drop back 2 cars for the race paint car. This one coming gray, orange, and white of Nick. It's got a bit of a bouncy front end to the car, and I say that because the body is literally bouncing off. It needs to have some foam or something to prop it up. Ooh, and getting a little bit sideways there, coming out of the S's. Around the sweeper, through the shaded bits. Those shady areas will disappear as the sun moves around, and it kind of starts to come around behind us a little bit. So the pit lane gets some shade, and then the start line. There's a tree over the start line area right here. Wow! Where the tree over that will start to cast its shadow over the track. So if we drop back 1 to the, I think it's car 4, that white, orange, and orange. Well, that's a very difficult scheme, but from the side it's yellow, orange, blue, and white, and orange. I think that is 0 is that one, and 4 of our leader, Tom Hawk. I tend to pronounce it Hake because there's an E at the end. I'm not sure if that's correct, but Tom coming through the S's on catching up. I think it's the 3, very rapidly catching the car 8, actually. Sven Rodewald running yet another different chassis, the MCD, all aluminum. It looks very pretty. There's a display car out in the pit area. Sven, another one of our European champion class. Not doing super fast in this category, but he's a quick off-road racer running MCD 4-wheel drive buggy. So this here's our leader, Tom Hawke. Getting a little bit sideways there, coming out of the out of that last turn. There seems to be a good quick line. You know how rally drivers, especially tarmac ones, when they're doing tarmac rallies, and they hook in, dropping the... Tom likes to hook in on that corner right there. Not that time around, but the previous lap he definitely did. And provided that there is some tarmac on the inside, it helps pull the car around. So I'm not sure if that's an intentional thing or if he knows the track well enough to do that. It seems it wasn't an intentional thing because he didn't do it then. But it's if you know the track well enough. I mean, there's another place you can do it there. That first line through the curving bit of the infield. And we'll drop back to Sven in a little bit for our MCD fans who might be watching. So drop back, just wait, and The next car to come through is our number 8 of Sven Rodewald. This one here just coming through the middle bit around the finish line now. This is Sven Rodewald. Very friendly, large German chap. Had a good chat with him yesterday about various things. And he's the fastest driver for MCD is arguably Dario Vaselli, multiple European champion for MCD, but Sven, as I said, another European champion for MCD. Not quite as quick as Dario this time around. It is wheeling it with some skill there. And car number 6, who's that catching him now? Let's follow that orange and white. It's car 6 of... How am I not seeing a 6 on this screen? It's Pietro Lucifora. And the finishing order will pop up.
Can you do it at any point during the racing? Like round 1? I will try. Okay.
All right, so speaking of Dario Vaselli, in that last, I was talking about him and his teammate Sven. There's Dario right there. So our Croatian friends, there's Alessio Mazzeo in the orange hat. There's, you can see Martin Bayer. There's B.A. Arnaldi in the genius hat. The tall chap that's third from the right is Alex D'Angelo.
Rosario is your European champion. Fantastic stuff. Nathalie Senesi wins the most amazing race to take the most amazing European championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Okay, so they are out on track, and the time has just started just now. So we'll move to a moving camera shortly. And see who we have picked up. So here we've got many, many familiar names to us. Let's start with the minty green color of B.A. Arnoldi, just going into the S's just now in the middle of the track. It's car number 2. Coming around the finish line. It's B.A. Arnoldi, 2-time Nitro European champion, and looking to get back that title. Snatch it back from Nathaniele Senesi, who took it in Giardini Naxos in Sicily last year. Very exciting final. Make sure and look that up on the RC Racing TV channel. It's literally a thrilling final. It's crazy. Even if you know the winner, you don't know necessarily the rest of the podium or how the race even started. I mean, literally, not even the race didn't even start, and there was just massive amounts of drama. So it was very, very big. Our overnight TQ just rolled onto the grass. We dropped back one car, and we'll work our way back to Filippo Beretta. So we're with the number 1 car of last year's GTE champion in this category right here. This is Rosario Gayamo running the Skepis. I didn't mention, but Arnoldi's running the Genius. And so we're following a Skepis Models car right now. Salvatore is here wrenching on the cars with his son Daniel, who's also racing. And Rosario looking to hold on to his title once again. Very, very quick and young racer. These racers tend to be like very soft-spoken, but super aggressive on track. So it's very exciting to watch. I think Filippo's dropped back even further. I think Filippo's not having a good one. He's actually running last. So our overnight TQ currently is going to be one of his dropout runs. Ooh, Rosario getting sideways there. So getting caught up by, that's Alessio Mazzeo just behind. So we drop back to the orange car with the clear wing. That's Alessio Mazzeo, GTE champion a couple of years ago in Croatia, catching Rosario. Alessio also a 1/10 IC track champion from a few years back. Alessio running the Raptor GT8 car, or GTE, well, GTE and GT8. A little bit twitchy coming out of that one. So we have quite a bit of a wait to find our next car, who's just coming onto the main straight now. It's Nathaniele Senesi in the white, blue, and gray car. Coming around the hairpin, through the S's, through the infield hairpin. This is Nathaniele. We talked to him yesterday on the live stream, so it was a good chat. Find out more details about his conversion, where to find them. Basically, just go to SenesiMotorsport.com. Not only just general nitro accoutrements like pipes and various things, but full conversion sets for the X-Ray GT8 racer. I think it's Rosario who's just broken out. We've just driven past Rosario, so Rosario going to have a throw out as well. Ooh, and if we drop back one car, actually, to the number 6, that blue number 6, the very familiar Adamizze color. He runs that color in all of his touring car racing. So very familiar to us, especially if you're a regular viewer of RC Racing TV. We'll see him in all the A finals. of electric. So of course he's running electric now, but he's also running nitro GT8. So Izze running the number 6 at the moment. B.A. Arnaldi is leading. Matteo running second. Martin Bayer running third. Let's see if we can find Martin. Martin just coming onto the straight now in the blue, yellow, blue, and orange, blue, and yellow. Fuck. What am I saying here? Is that? That's actually Dario Verselli, but it's okay. No, we'll stick with Dario for a bit. Car number 8, just coming onto the straight, and he is just past the car 0, who's trying to get back past him. Car 0 being Alex D'Angelo, running the Capricorn. So we have an MCD being chased by a Capricorn. Many brands here. Represent. Ooh, and D'Angelo gets past. So a minute to go. Ooh, it's sideways there. Nice little power drift. Trying to find someone else who. Oh, Natanelli has a body tuck. That is massively unfortunate. So where is Bayer? Must be running this white car that's just about to come. The next car over the finish line, coming down the main straight. He's actually just ahead of B.A. Arnaldi. This white car there. First car onto the straight. Bayer running third still. Izze running fourth. So he's about to get passed by B.A. Arnaldi with 20 seconds to go. These are top heat. So these are very likely the drivers to be in the AAA finals tomorrow. So it's going to be pretty exciting. Oh, Arnaldi still has loads of speed. Loads of even through there. And, oh, Bayer's dumping. Bayer's dumping. But that is the end of the race anyway. So, finishes with Arnaldi, Matteo, Bayer, Izze, Senesi, D'Angelo, Shepis, Verselli, Beretta having a bad one, and Gayamo also not a good result. So, going to have a couple of throwouts there. But Filippo, after 2 rounds of qualifying, was overnight TQ. He TQ'd both of those rounds yesterday. So definitely overnight TQ. So having a single throwout, not an awful result if you're overnight TQ. 2 more rounds of qualifying to go. And next group out is going to be Nitro, the lowest round of the Nitro qualifiers. So, let's hear from one of our sponsors. Okay, so we are here this time. We're chatting with Mikhail Milanovic, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, there we are. Of Milan Sport, but
Also.
mostly for Hobbywing. Because we know you, or I know you. I think of you as Mr. European Hobbywing, sort of.
Yeah, that's because that's the main job, let's say,
Yeah.
for the technical support for Hobbywing drivers in Europe.
Yeah. Okay, so we're here at the GT8 GTE Euros. What would you say is the what's usually your sort of, I guess, your job when you're on site at the European Championships or ETS or any of these big races that we always see you at?
My main task is to support the team drivers, also the customers, with their Hobbywing electronics, to check their motors, speedos, help to find the correct settings for the track, for the conditions, and for their driving style.
Okay.
Which is not always an easy task to manage that.
I can imagine. Now, in the olden days, the previous golden age of touring car, we used to see people like Jürgen and Oscar and all the Jim Dieter, and they'd be truing the commutators, they'd be changing the brushes and soldering all this stuff and doing a very, very hands-on stuff with the motors. So what's it like nowadays with brushless motors, where you don't really have to do that, and electronic settings in the speed controllers, which it was a much simpler time back then, but it was more motor intensive. But now, has that turned around so it's speedo intensive?
Yes and no, to be honest, because now with the technology of brushless motor, we got the end-bell timings, which we can also set the power of the motor, but also the same with the rotor inside, we can change the sizes and the shimming for the play of the motor. And of course, due to the higher technology with the speedos, we got a lot of options, settings to find the correct feeling for the driver, how much power, how much brake, frequency, everything. Now is a lot of options to adjust the electronic to the driver.
Wow. Okay. To me, I kind of got out of touring car racing right when lipos and brushless motors started getting really, really popular. So it's kind of a black art, like all this end bell timing and especially the speedo settings and stuff like that. So is it for someone, I guess, like me, as a returning racer sort of point of view, is it complicated to do any of that stuff, or is it just very, very simple with an app or a Bluetooth module or a timing box or anything like that? Is it, fairly simple?
Now it depends which category you getting in, let's say back. If you go into stock racing, then it's easier because there's not so many settings, not so much to do around it. You got fixed gear ratio or fixed motor, so it's easier to get into it. Once you get into modified, then you, of course, you need to adjust everything more precisely. But you get a program box, you can connect it to your laptop, you can connect it to your phone and use the app to read all the data. On the app you can also see all the data logs, what was your battery use, power use, the throttle rate, everything. You can now analyze all your settings, all your driving to be able to prepare better for the next round.
So when you're looking at say a pro level driver, who's your in touring car, say, because that's where we tend to see you the most because of ETS. Who's a pro level driver that is super smooth, that you might be able to go to a privateer driver, say a sportsman driver, and go, if you look at this guy's throttle traces and this and that, like an F1 where they're overlaying the different, braking and throttle applications. You can probably see how smooth they are compared to a sportsman driver. Is that right?
Yes, you can see which driver is smoother, which driver is more aggressive, but not always his driving, his settings will work for other drivers. I always recommend not to completely copy the settings from our top drivers because it could not fit the customer or the driver technique, his driving style. I know for myself, when I was driving stock class, I had the identical car as Jan Ratajski, everything the same, batteries, motors, everything. The car, the body shell, and his car was completely different compared to mine. I could not drive his car. Even if we had everything the same, still from the driver, for the style, preference is completely different. From the top drivers, for the smoothness, I would say Bruno is driving really smooth, really fast, but he got that smoothness on the turns. Alexander Hagberg is also a good driver. His knowledge about the driving and electronic itself makes him a really professional driver. But his style, at least for me, is a little bit more aggressive.
Right, okay.
Yeah, he got a different style. So we can compare, let's say, Bruno and Alex, where Bruno is smoother, Alex is a little bit more aggressive.
And you can see that in the settings that they prefer to use?
In the settings and in the drive itself.
Wow.
You can see how much throttle they use, how much brake they use, and even on the track you can see how they react on the turns. It takes some time to analyze all of that stuff, but once you get used to it, you can see.
That's cool. That's cool. Do you think... I mean, so obviously, like throttle and brake are within the Speedo memory, I guess, that you can download from into your app or your program box. Do you think that there's like any sort of potential for using that same sort of thing for steering inputs and stuff like that down the road, if not already?
At the moment, we only got throttle and behaving of the motor. We don't have the steering, so that's a completely different story. That's, let's say, not our department.
Yeah, but I mean, but that possibility is there for somebody to do at some point, potentially.
I think so.
It'd be amazing, like the amount of stuff that you can pull. Like F1 geeks and World Endurance Car geeks can go, okay, well here's, the Ferrari does this, the Porsche does that, right? Where, you can do almost the same sort of stuff in RC is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but for example, now with the new technology in servos, you can also program the servo itself. I never tried that.
Yeah.
I've never been so involved in that kind of part, but I know that you can program the servo how to behave, which point, degrees, everything. So the servo technology is coming close to the speed of technology, so you can adjust everything there.
Yeah. And even, I mean, we'll talk about GT8 in comparisons with E-Buggy in a second, but even within the radio itself, you can change things like throttle curve and expo and all that for the speed that you're going. Maybe a little bit less steering if you're going full speed, or something like that. It's pretty intense.
Of course, about of the speed or motor adjustment, the gear ratio, you got also the radio. You can adjust the throttle on the radio, the EPA, the trimming, everything, to also give a little bit more, better feeling of the driving itself, or the reaction between the driver and the car.
So from your perspective, knowing that you can adjust things like, okay, we're talking about Hobbywing, speedos, and motors, but from the throttle and braking side of things, is it better to adjust on the speedo or on the radio to start with?
We need to remember one thing. The radio itself gives signal to the speedo, and the speedo needs to figure it out what the driver wants. With the speedo, you can set the turbo timing, boost timing, when it should boost up, or the turbo should go in, how strong, how fast, how aggressive. So there's, I believe the first thing you should do is set your speedo together with the motor, and the radio is only as a, let's say, extra feeling to the car itself.
Right.
But I would start from the speedo and motor.
Okay. Okay. Now, looking at e-buggy, where we talked to Sultan last, and obviously e-buggy, I imagine a very important and big market for Hobbywing. How does that compare to GTE? Because obviously, the demands are different, the cars are different. What is the sort of, where does it really start to change for drivers and for you trying to tune the various things to the drivers?
Well, the main difference and the biggest problem are the batteries, because in buggies you don't use so much battery. They are driving on the Scholtes lipos with 6500, and that's enough. But here in the GT class, when we are putting the maximum battery we can find, and sometimes it's not enough. There are drivers that are barely able to finish the 7-minute runs.
Wow.
So the electronic in here is not a big issue. We can find the correct settings, but we need to find the settings in a way that it won't drain the battery so fast. So here, settings, gear ratio are really important to keep the battery in good condition to finish the 7 minutes. In buggies, you need to set the electronic to be smoother, to not lose grip, because there's less grip than on the on-road. So that's two different stories, two completely different worlds.
Are the electronics, would you use the same speedo in e-buggy as here?
Yes, we use the same speedo.
Right.
The difference is in motors. Because for the buggies, for the 1.8 buggies, we got a different range of motors that got less punch, smoother. And for the on-road, we got the on-road series, with it more punchy, more aggressive, and generates faster speed. For example, here on the GT, we use, most of the drivers use 2800 kV motors, so the strongest motor we have in our range. Where in the buggies they use 1900. So
wow.
You can see the difference already here.
Yeah. That's crazy. Okay. And so is it? Do you think? No, it was quite warm on the day that we arrived. I imagine you were here the Monday and the Tuesday as well. So was it hotter during those days, during the practice times for that?
On Tuesday it was really hot. Wednesday it was easier, also hot, but not so much. Yesterday it was colder because of the wind, but that didn't affect so much our electronics. Our electronics was keeping cool, so there was no problem there, even of the temperature.
Right. Okay. And what about? The tires. Does the grip of the tires? Now you were saying that obviously, like buggy, you're in the air quite a bit. You'll be off the throttle quite a lot. Obviously, the grip is a lot less in off-road. But here, it's quite grippy. And it seems, obviously with the oil and the rubber going down, it gets grippier and grippier and grippier, and it changes obviously as the sun warms the track and everything. Does that affect anything about run times, or meaning more power is being pulled out of the batteries, and you have to change any of the settings during the day as the traction comes up or goes down?
The settings not so much. It's more the driver needs to adapt the changing conditions, because for example the first run of the new tires, it's not so good. You need to break in the tires.
Okay.
And later, depends on the driver, but after 3 runs, the tires already having less grip, so the car slides more.
Yeah.
And in that way you use more battery. So the driver needs to have a good tire tactic for this race, especially that they are not allowed to use any tire warmers, any additive, nothing. You just take the tires from the technical inspection, put it on, and race it, and that's it. There's no preparation with the tires.
Yeah.
So they really need to be prepared and have a good tactic, which tire, how many times to use, to have something for the finals.
Right,
so
okay.
It's completely different compared to touring cars where we got tire warmers and additive. It's a completely different world.
And are there any times where you've had to tell the driver, it's like, look, I've done as much as I can with the settings, you need to control your throttle finger?
I'm always trying to be supportive, to find the settings for the driver. I'm giving suggestions or examples like from Alessio or Natane that they're driving this and this settings, they're managing somehow the 7 minutes. If the setting doesn't work for you, we can adjust it to your driving style.
Yeah.
It's sometimes the drivers just can't find the correct settings or correct technique, but I'm trying to figure out always the best setting for the driver, because there's no driver here that got the identical settings to other drivers. There's no one like this. Yeah. Everyone got something different. So I'm trying to help as much as I can, and I would never say to any customer or driver that it's your fault that you cannot drive it when our top guys are doing it with no problem. No, because like I said, every driver got a different technique, different style. You cannot use the same settings from other drivers.
That's really interesting though, that you have the insight to say, well, Bruno's very, very smooth, that Alex is he's a lot more aggressive on the throttle. Are there any would you be able to say who's maybe the wildest driver on, like the most aggressive driver on the throttle that you're aware of?
To be honest, I never considered that. I never was thinking who's the most aggressive or who's the most smoother. Hard to say, really. I never thought about it.
Okay.
To be honest.
Okay. All right, but when you're watching the finals, are you able to enjoy the racing, or are you looking at particular drivers through every single corner and go, oh, he's coming on throttle very early there, or braking very hard there?
To my surprise, I'm more stressful watching team drivers drive than I would drive myself. I'm focusing on all the drivers, trying to watch, see what they are doing. For example, I have already back in my head some adjustment or ideas for the settings, but for me it's really stressful, especially in the finals, where we don't change much, because changing in the finals is really risky sometimes. And when they drive in the finals, it's really stressful for me. I feel their pain, especially when I see top drivers driving really close by. Like I would be not able to do that, and they are just going like it would be a Sunday drive, no problem with it. For me, it's stressful. I'm taking this really seriously, and I feel their pain.
Okay, all right, fabulous. We'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Mikhail Milanovic from Hobbywing.
And cut.
Yes. Well, we're still live, but yeah, the recording will cut. All right, so we hope you enjoyed that. A little chat with Hobbywing tech support here, Mikhail Milanovic from Hobbywing, one of our amazing event supporters this weekend. Thank you very much to them, and also to Senesi Motorsport, Energy Fuels, El Saram, Shepis Model, and X-Ray, as well as GMAR and Corsatech. So make sure and pop into their socials, and when you do get something from any of those, whether it's direct or or not, just drop them a message and just say thank you for supporting RC Racing TV and the EFRA European Championships. So we're just, we'll get back to the moving camera as soon as we can. But at the moment, we've got Magno, Jones, Barbosa, Mauro, Hudi, Nick, Caligari, Dell'Aquila, Modnor, and Rocky. Obviously, they're moving around, as you can see. Even still now, with less than 2.5 minutes remaining, still moving around the orders quite a bit. This is the third round of qualifying. So another to come. Well, another one and one more to come. So with this bright orange car with the white wing, car number 7 coming down the main, the main straight, pit straight. That is Fabio Caligari. Getting a bit wide there. And through the S's, we have the number 1 car just behind him of Dan Jones. Dan, I know, running 2 classes this weekend. I'm not sure. I think Fabio is just running the 1. Dan having, wow, some good pace there from Caligari, but just a bit slower in the corners. So we saw this before with one of the electric categories, electric heats. Top speed is great, but you make up all the time in the corners, whether it's braking, the turning, or the exit. We follow Dan for a bit. There's less than a minute now remaining. Let's see. Dan is running second at the moment. Now first again. Let's see if I can find the car for who's one of our other top runners in this race. I can't at the moment. Let's just stick with Dan to the end. Next heat already out. Oh, we have a car who's run out of fuel. That's not good. That's going to be a very bad result for this one. And oh, the car 4 of Magno has just come in. That's very early. Was that a drive-through penalty? I'm not sure. He definitely came through. Oh, watch yourself, Marshall. Another car has run out of fuel. So that is not good. That's the car 6 has just come in off the track. That is Modnor, our Malaysian friend. So time has expired. Everyone coming in now. So car is now being returned to the Parc Fermé.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
We're here.
Hi, everybody. There he is.
Totally secret, no one knows. You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah. So 3.25 minutes left before the next qualifying run starts, which is going to be heat number 9, or penultimate heat of the round, and they're out on track. And because our dedicated heroes, Nigel and John, were so keen to discuss the driver's stand, there's another view of the driver's stand. And there's our racers in this one. We've got Daras running a Genius, I know now. Issei, Pelosi, Bayer, Luis, Kilic, Tarragoni, Neumann, Delgado, and Lougheed. And as I'm just very subtly pointing out, don't forget to subscribe and hit join if you really want to support our efforts. See the speed some of these cars are carrying through that sweeper coming onto the straight. So some nitro fiddling, the traditional nitro fiddling that happens after a couple of laps as the engines are warmed up. There's still a couple of races. I'm not sure what brand of car they're running, but we'll get there. Oh, the car 1 is just taking a very extended trip through the grass. That Genius of Daras. Going to take a couple laps for him to burn off that grass. So as far as I know, let's see, we've got a Genius, an X-Ray, a Skepis, an S-Works, and those are the only cars that I know for sure are running in this particular heat. And then the next one, I know we've got in addition to those, we've got a Raptor, a Capricorn, MCD, Senesi, and did I already say Skepis for this one? We'll definitely have a Skepis in the next one. But yes, as the time starts, we are coming back to our moving camera to start catching. Somebody's already run out. Or flamed out. Marshals colliding with each other. So let's see who this is. It's starting to get to the really important times of qualifying here. It's the car 5 that's just been brought in of Luis. At least it's early in the race. Possibly his tie bends is hard, but he's going to be losing a lap if he's mechanic desperately trying to get it going, and it's backing out onto the pit, onto the straight. Kilic currently leading this one with a 19:03 lap time, but very quickly taken over by Issei and Bayer and Pelosi. 19:15 looking pretty quick. 19:03 for Burak, though, if he can back that up. There's Burak. Just coming through the end there. The last of these whitish cars is Burak with that Turkish flag on the roof. Down 19:03. That must be showing the fastest lap time then, because I'd be very surprised if he did a 19:03 and then another 19:03. But he's running second at the minute, trying to get past the number 7 of Tarragoni, and he has done. Down the straight, fairly equal speed. So we heard there from Mikau from Hobbywing about the difficulties of tuning the electronics and, yes, even the motors to the demands of GTE racing. It's equally difficult for the engine tuners and the drivers to dial in things for the GT8, the nitro category. Making 7 minutes is arguably just a bit harder, I would say. I'm sure there's tons and tons of work going on both sides, whether you're running electric or nitro. I think if you're new to the category, I would suggest probably maybe stick to one class and get used to things. If you're coming from electric touring car, just do GTE. If you're coming from nitro anything, do nitro before trying to jump in with both feet and do both classes at the same time, because you need to get used to the particular demands, because it's very different, as we were talking about. It's different from nitro, from electric buggy. It's different from electric touring car. It's different from nitro touring car or 1/8 IC. So we're following Burak Kilic. Normally we see him running a Mugen off-road buggy, whether it's electric or nitro, but here he is, running third at the minute. Again, still his fastest lap of the 1903. Palosha, let's see if we can find, I'll try to find him. Car 3 is the pink car going through the sweeper just at the start of the straight. And next car into the end of the straight through the S's. This is Gabriele Palosci. Yeah, that's him, the pink one going down the straight. The last of these 4 cars going through the S's and through the infield with the clear wing. There is a white and pink car out there as well. That's just going in the pits though, but that's Delgado. So Palosci, currently our leader. Running pretty well, 18.76, their fastest lap time. Battling actually with the car, we'll stick with Palosci for another lap, but he possibly catching Adamize, which is the next car forward. Ize takes the top spot as he crosses the line, but then Palosci takes it back as he crosses the line. So if we move 2 cars forward to the blue car of Adamize. Now we were talking before about Ize running 2 categories. We normally see him in electric touring car, fronty, and even in other categories we've seen him run spec touring car, mod touring car, and fronty, and finish in the A final, all in the same event, which is, to be honest, like pretty astounding, really, to be that quick in 3 different categories. This is the first time I'm seeing him wheeling a nitro car, though, so it's slightly new. Same color body, so very easy to spot, and luckily for him and for us as well, the only one running that particular shade of blue. So Palosci and Ize battling back and forth to take the top spot. Kilic still running third. Bayer running fourth. Try and find him. He's not running his normal paint scheme, so he's running one of these white bodies. So Martin Bayer is the last car. The next white car to come through the chicane is the Martin Bayer, the X-Ray. And he's going to be catching this gaggle of cars that Ize has just worked through. So we're going to have Martin Bayer in the white car about to pass the number 7, very easily passed. And then past the white and pink car, who's handily gone on the grass. So Bayer also running an X-Ray. X-Ray, one of our event supporters this weekend. So thank you very much to X-Ray, the entire team, and we're hoping to talk to Adam soon, possibly about what it's like running Nitro. But here we are. We're following Martin. Oh, was that a slowdown? What happened there? He can't be running out of. He's run out of fuel. 30 seconds left, so that is going to be Martin Bayer losing at least a lap there. And I heard a stomp on the rostrum, and he's already walked off. It's massively unfortunate. That is not good. But 10 seconds left now. We're following this pair of cars here, and Izze coming up on another dead car. Izze, is he going to be able to finish? Half throttle, half throttle. Oh, it's running lean. You can hear it. It's starting to cut. And it's cut. He's not going to be able to cross the line under his own power. This number 7 car is going to be the only car to actually finish. Wow. Although that may have been an extra lap because time stopped, the clock stopped. So Izze taking that one, not able to do the extra lap. So not a drama for Izze, but Izze and Kilic, top 2. As you can see from the results on the screen there. So, wow. Bayer missing out on 22 laps. Neumann as well, and Pelosi. And there's the cars going into technical inspection. And now we got the Mink on. Now it's a four-way battle.
Poleman is being run back to the pit. Poleman is going to miss the start. Oh no! Hatner's going with Finn. Finn and Hatner right together now. On the last chance, and Finn's on the inside. He's got him.
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovacic made an error, so Kovacic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
Just to take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
The winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. David Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Olowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Hello, this is where we'll be having interviews. Coming soon. Now back to the race.
Okay, Cart, as you can see, the drivers are out on track. of delay. Mechanics steadily watching their drivers go around, and so top heat. Oh, there's another car brand that I've neglected to mention because there's only one driver running it, and that is in the GT8 category, and that is Serpent. So that driver is Andrea Catanzani. Very, very quick racer. Nathaniele Senesi, Tony Gruber, Rosario Gaiamo, Alessio Matteo, Bernard Alan Arnoldi, Leonardo Valente, Filippo Beretta, Daniel Skepis, and Alex D'Angelo. The only driver who I don't know what they're running is Valente. But Catanzani in a Serpent, Senesi in a Senesi, Gruber in a Hong Nor, Gaiamo in a Skepis, Mazzeo in a Raptor, Arnoldi in a Genius, Valente unknown, Beretta in a Genius, Skepis in a Skepis, and D'Angelo in a Capricorn. So out of 10 drivers, is that 8 different brands? I think every single brand is that is here is represented. As a couple of guys were discussing in the live comments, yeah, it is. I personally, I do think it is really, honestly, genuinely fascinating that within the parameters of the rules and everything, and the different drivers, there's 8 different cars that are present and in the top heat, which is fabulous. I think that's great for RC and the sport and just the sport in general. It's really, really cool. So time has just started. So as they're coming across the finishing loop, and I believe this is Alessio Mazzeo in the Raptor. I think it's car 3. Yes. There is one other orange car with a clear wing, but I can't remember who that is. So we'll definitely follow Alessio around for a lap or so. And then, directly behind him is Senesi, and then Filippo Beretta, who is, as I mentioned, GT8, the Nitro category. Beretta has just passed Senesi, actually. Senesi's had a little bit of trouble in the Nitro section. So we'll let Matteo go at the end of this straight and drop back to the blue, yellow, and red car of our overnight TQ man, Filippo Beretta, running the Genius. And as usual at these events, we've got Paolo and Zeno from Genius, an Italian company. They're here, Paolo, cooking breakfast for the Genius racers every morning. And, what better way to fuel the drivers than to have some proper Italian breakfast cooked for you every morning in the pits. That's fabulous. I love it. So as soon as I get a car number on the next orange car behind, Senesi, again, having trouble. Car 5 is the next car behind. And that is... Oh, this is Matteo. Car number 3 that we were following previously was Gruber. Okay, so we were following Gruber before. My apologies. Gruber in the Hong Nor. Almost passed by Beretta, but we're with the Raptor of Alessio Matteo. Did very well in Croatia. I think he had some really horrible luck last year in Sicily at the Euros last year. But if we drop back again to the minty green car of B.A. Arnaldi. There's another Genius. Genius having a good week so far. B.A., who we're following here in the GTE category, is Overnight TQ. And then Filippo, who we were following previously, Overnight TQ in the Nitro section. So, pretty good week for the team. And B.A. catching Mazzeo at a pretty good rate. And B.A., previous world European champion in this category as well, a couple times, I believe. And who's this behind in the white and orange is number 9. This is Daniel Shepis, or Skepis. One of our, again, his father, one of our event supporters this weekend. Daniel pretty handy around the track, but Guyamo in this one as well. He's not doing so hot, running 9th, if he is still running. I haven't looked for him yet on the track, but this is Daniel, Rosario's teammate. And if we drop back one more car to the almost Ongaro-esque, well, old school Ongaro-esque car colors. This is Alex D'Angelo running the Capricorn. So we're trying to get all the brands represented out on track and all the drivers for the fans back at, well, mostly in Italy, to be, let's be fair. Alex, a very quick racer, also running many of these guys like Mazzeo and Arnaldi, also running in large-scale touring car. There's quite a massive gap to the next car behind, which is our brightest yellow car about to come through the chicane in the middle is Andrea Catanzani in the Serpent. So again, this is the lone Serpent car. Catanzani currently running 6th. And he's got Overnight TQ of Filippo behind him. So he's about to be passed on track, I believe. Let's see who else is out there that we haven't covered. I think that's the car 7 of Valente, who's a couple cars behind. So we've got 1:45 left in this one. Current leader is Filippo. And then D'Angelo, who doesn't look quick, but I think that's only because he's pretty much running by himself. He's just able to time trial it and just be by himself, no one around him behind him. So if we drop back one car and we follow the current leader again, this is Filippo Beretta, again running the Genius. He's our leader in this heat. Arnaldi running 2nd. Then we have Skepis, D'Angelo, Mazzeo. That's our top 5. So Filippo and Arnaldi double teaming it with the Genius domination overnight. We'll see how it ends up after this round. So 1 minute left. And we'll drop back one car to the blue and yellow, mostly blue, number 7 of Leonardo Valente, who has got Tony Gruber, Alessio Mazzeo, and B.A. Arnaldi all behind him. Now Tony's, Mazzeo's just gotten past. Mazzeo's also passed Gruber. Gruber, I'm not sure if he's struggling or not, but he's had Mazzeo and Arnaldi just pass. Oh, and was that Mazzeo? I think Mazzeo's running out of fuel. He's engine's starting to slow down. You can see it on the straight as they were at full throttle. So this gaggle of cars all trying to make it to the end for the final 15 seconds of time. So they're on their last lap. Oh, and you can hear the engines. You can see the cars slowing down. Car 7 is stopped. Mazzeo is stopped. Filippo has stopped. So it's like large scale, isn't it? Arnaldi has stopped. That's Gruber who's just gone past. He's made his lap. Arnaldi's made the lap. Filippo has made the lap. So what has that done? Oh my goodness, that has catapulted Shepis to second position, Arnaldi dropping to third, Catanzani jumping to fourth, Matteo dropping to fifth. And we're going to have a chat with Filippo.
Well, congratulations. You must be happy.
Grazie mille. Parlo in italiano? Va bene? grazie mille. Questa è stata un po' più complicata perché ha calato un po' il motore verso la fine, però ci ha permesso di concludere come ieri, 7-0-0 e 3 manche vinte, quindi direi che va bene.
Fuel is a problem. People run out of fuel.
The problem is the fuel, sì, yes. Because,
But you manage okay?
Sì, è veramente difficile perché bisogna dosare molto, dare poco sterzo e il motore va su di temperatura molto, però ce l'abbiamo fatta.
Thank you very much.
Grazie a voi, grazie mille.
Wow, okay, so obviously a very happy Filippo there. Taking TQ again. Wow. So from a very basic translation there, he's saying it was very difficult there with the cars and the fuel and having to go slow and being very wise about how quickly they can go. As we saw there, that very last lap, at least 3 of the drivers dropping 2 to 3 spots. And so that allowed him to it's all about throttle control. It's not just about tire tactic. There's so much that you have to do when you're at the sharp end of racing.
Rosario is your European champion. Fantastic stuff. Nathan Senesi wins the most amazing race to take the most amazing European championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
Hi, everybody. Totally secret, no one knows. You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right where
now.
we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah. On him now, we got the Mink on. Now it's a four-way battle.
Poleman is being run back to pit. Poleman is going to miss the start. Oh no! Hatner's going with Finn. Finn and Hatner right together now on the last jump. And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kobovic made an error, so Kobovic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
Is to take the most amazing European Championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, it had to be a while, man. Waiting for it for a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win.
The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canet. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Yeah, so 1 minute left to go. All is good. Next round, round 4. Already on track. So half a minute to go before the next heat starts. Sorry. Okay, just had to give my PIN number out. So it goes. 6.5 minutes left in round 4, heat 1 of GTE. See what Matt has picked up. I think that's the car 2 of Alexander Earl. I think maybe it's, there goes your traction for a lap or so, at least. It is the car 2 of Alexander. We'll stick with him just so we can visibly see. He seems to be handling it okay. Still taking a little bit wide, and then literally off the track. It's out of the park. Maybe that's number 3? Yeah, it's not going to be a good qualifying run. Oh, and it's done. Alessio saying, no, stop. There's going to be all sorts of stuff in the drivetrain now. So that's unfortunate. He's trying to tell the driver, stop. Yeah, Marshall, yeah. That's unfortunate. There is a semi-Gulf colored livery car, just the number 3, that we're going to try to capture when we're able to get back to a moving camera. So just sorting out, reconfiguring some stuff behind the scenes as usual. Trying to get another interview going for your viewing and informational pleasure. That's what we do. Oh, you know what we can do is check the chat and see how things are going. Do apologize for the lack of moving camera, but small team here, so we're trying to get to you, give you all of this stuff. Yeah, so as Nigel W was saying in the chat, fuel management is a real challenge on the track, and full throttle, pretty much 95% all the way around. I did have a very quick chat with Alessio, who is one of those drivers who was basically caught out. He agreed with my guess that he was just too aggressive on the throttle, and lost out on a lap at the end of his qualifying run. So, the driver's not complaining about the rules or the engine requirements. Basically agreeing that, it's down to them to control the throttle. And as a couple drivers are mentioning that in off-road, the drivers running 9+ minutes. Well, I mean, we've even seen like 10, 11+ minutes in some off-road racing. But, it's a different type of racing. They're buggy-based engines, so they're not like insane 1/8 track engines. Which, cost a lot of money and take a lot of tuning. These are, dare I say, simpler engines, but they do have their own particular requirements. Yeah, and Gilles in the chat saying BA is 2 times GT8 Nitro Euro champ in Lestalo and Zagreb. So that's, Zagreb is where I was able to be on site for that. That was good. Good win for him. And Alessio's, that's the same Euros that Alessio won the GTE. Mad City MCFC from Manchester. I'm assuming it just came across this channel and sub. Oh, we have a guest. So I'll get back to you, Manchester. Okay, Just a moment. Mr. Ize has joined us. How about that? You'll be able to see yourself on the screen, so fix your hair and everything. So we've finally got him on camera. Mr. Adam Ize, how are you?
All good, all good. How are you?
All right. I mean, it was very hot the first day that we were here on Wednesday, and I imagine you've been here probably all week.
Yeah.
So has it been very hot and then just gotten a little bit cooler every day?
Yes. I think Monday was the hottest.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad. I'm kind of glad we weren't here then. But so yeah, this is the first time that we've seen you in the familiar blue of Adam Ize, running Nitro. Is that completely new for you?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Actually, 1 week ago, I built a car for GT8 with very few practice laps. Actually, with Nitro, 0 practice laps, only trying to run in the engine. So
right.
Whole new experience.
Is that literally your first time ever running Nitro?
No, like maybe 6 to 8 years ago, I tried the Nitro buggy and ran in Hungary, but only locally.
Okay.
But this is completely different story.
Yes. All right. Yeah, because I was saying in the commentary while we were following your car, we're used to seeing you, at running fronty, spec, and mod touring car, basically.
Yes.
And you do pretty well with those. I think the first time I really remember your name and your face was that you were, I think it was ETS in Dawn, and you ran all 3 classes and got in all 3 A finals. And I think on the podium in at least 2 of those.
All 3.
All 3. Well, I mean, Mr. Modesty. So, and this is your first time running GTE, which should be, how similar is it? What's it like going from mod touring car to a 4-wheel drive GT8 car this size? What's that experience like?
It's very different. I would compare it most likely to large scale to drive, because in the past I also drove large scale. This class is more similar to that. Only difference, like Nitro is similar because it has also not so much power, but electric has huge power unless you want to finish 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Then you need to have less.
So does that now we had Mikhail from Hobbywing here earlier. I'm not sure what electronics you're running, but he was saying that So he was saying everyone has completely different setups. Obviously, he can see all the data that everyone's running. Bruno, your former teammate, very, very smooth. Hagberg, a lot more aggressive, apparently. Where do you sit in between those guys, as far as like aggressiveness on the throttle?
I think normally, if I have everything to finish 5 minutes, I'm on the aggressive side, like Alex, or even more. But as here, you cannot push.
Yeah.
Like 7 minutes, you just need to drive as smooth as possible. Brake early, let the car to roll, and then I need to drive smoother. But as I drive so many classes, I think this I can change pretty well, because all the classes need a different style.
Yeah. Now I heard you were talking with one of our RCTV teammates here, Will, and he seems to remember you from off-road as well. So
yes.
you've covered a lot of ground. Now have you raced that? No, I haven't seen you at EOS or the Euros or anything like that at the sharp end of the off-road field, but is that where you raced previously, or was that just like for fun? Or
no, I stopped with off-road around 5 years ago, and my best result was I think 4th or 5th on EOS. I made a couple of mains, but not fighting for the win.
Okay,
there.
Yeah.
But at that time I was also younger and less experienced.
But since then, you pretty much would you say that you've become an on-road specialist since then?
Yes, since then, since 5 years, I never drove off-road car anymore.
All right, and your teammate Martin Bayer, he's similarly, I believe he's a former 4-wheel drive Euro champion, and I know we've seen him win large-scale touring car before.
Yes.
And now he's kind of moved over into the design side of things. But what's it like? Are you able to take his experience and his design decisions and information into account in your setups?
Yes, for sure. I mean, he was helping me with building the cars and getting ready for this race in a limited amount of time. and I also have my friends here helping me. One of my friends is a nitro specialist in Hungary, so helps me with the nitro. My other friend, we always go together to 10-scale on-road races, so he helps me with the electric, because to run 2 classes here is super busy.
Yes.
And you need you need to work a lot on the cars because they have a huge wear, so it's long days.
Yeah. Now, so we talked about going from mod touring car to GTA. What's it like going from electric GTA to nitro GT8?
These 2 classes I would compare like stock and mod in a touring car.
Okay.
Because they, like the nitro, you need to drive around the corners. You cannot lose the rear because then you lose the corner speed. You had more fuel consumption, so they have less power, exactly like the stock cars in touring cars. So these 2 classes are very similar, like stock and mod in touring.
That's a really interesting insight. So, and you're also having to mind the fuel consumption, like is a really big concern, as we just saw in that top heat.
Yes. With
many drivers kind of just falling away, like from out of the top 5, out of the top 3. How have you been adjusting? Your driving style and your expectation. Obviously, you've got pit communications as well in GTA and GTE here, where you don't have that in touring car. Like for just any touring car category, you don't have direct commentary to a spotter or someone listening out to how lean your car is running down the straight. So what's that like?
It's very different. Like when you have in electric, you are all alone driving for 5 minutes, and here you drive longer. You don't hear anything because you have the headset on, but you have 2 guys, 1 or 2 guys who is talking to you, and this is a very different feeling during the run. Like it's like a whole teamwork to run a nitro car. And about the fuel consumption is very critical. I think there are some top guys who can go at a faster speed and finish still 7 minutes, but we already saw many guys during this week. If you push, you can run out at 4:30, and it's still 2.5 to go.
Wow!
So it's critical on this track, especially.
So, what kind of information, just for someone who's maybe new to watching GTA, or having the ability to talk to someone down in the pits and hearing and seeing the cars go around, as well as yourself, what sort of information are you getting from your mechanic and your spotter or whatever?
Basically, he's telling me, like, for sure at the beginning on the warm-up he confirms the engine and if I need to push or it can be safe for 7 minutes, and then he's just telling me how many minutes to go, if the track is clear, so I can focus on the car, and how is the positions, and basically that's all. Like how is the pace for the run.
Okay, and in the finals, what are you I would imagine that I would want to know, okay, that car behind me, do I need to worry about them? The car ahead of me, am I fighting them for position or am I lapping them? That sort of thing. Is that what you're... I imagine that you haven't discussed it maybe yet, but is that what you're thinking is the information you're going to be getting?
Yes, I think so. Because also in qualifying, like maybe there is a faster car who is coming close to you.
Yeah.
And you let him go, but he runs out of fuel 2 laps before the end. So you never really know where are you. Maybe you are 6, but you can still win because it's so many things happening, in the 7 minutes. And I guess it will be even more in the 20 semi-final and the 45 minutes main.
Yeah. And so where would you like to finish at the end of this event in electric and nitro? Where would you see your success?
Well, I had no expectations coming to this event. Obviously, I was more confident with electric because I'm more used to work on the electronics. So I would be happy with the top 3 finish in electric and to make the main in nitro, because for sure my longest run until now was 30 minutes with large scale, like around 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So to make into the 45 is a whole new story.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hope your mechanic is ready to coach you about. Okay, just don't go too fast. You have to do 7 minutes first stop, and then the rest of the stops we'll figure out.
Yes.
Something like that, I imagine.
Yes. Already in qualifying, he told me, no, don't push. You will run out of fuel. I said, don't worry. If we finish before, we'll finish now.
All right, and finally, just the last thing about the communication. What sort of questions are you asking? Any questions like during the race to your mechanics?
Honestly, not really. I only ask about the engine, like what he thinks, if it's too lean, too rich, or how should I manage the fuel, and only the time. Like because especially with electric, after a couple of minutes you have the power drop, and I need to know around when is the power drop, how much I need to save the battery for the end, and in nitro is the same. Like if you are too rich, you need to save more to be able to finish.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend, and hopefully we have another chat coming up later in the year.
Yeah, sure.
Fabulous. All right.
Thank you.
Adam Izze from Team X-Ray. Okay, so yes, we're another reposition. So we're back. We're back to the qualifying here. Round 4, Heat 2 of GTE. We'll see what this one brings us. 2.5 minutes. Well, just under 3 minutes remaining in this one, and we're following the 787B replica paint scheme. I'm going to draw this out until I can actually read the number. He's not having too great of a time with a little bit too much application of throttle there. It's car 7. There was a car 7 of Friedrich Liu. Now with the Audi replica car. Oh, man. He didn't accelerate where I thought he would. But I think it's the car 5. Roland Schrenk, I think. Or is it the 2? He's having some problems there with his Speedo. That's a car 6, actually, of Gunter Reitbauer. And there's a car, our 787 friend is off the track again. So we're under 2 minutes now. So if we drop back to the car 1 of the white and orange car. Going kind of slow though. That's Uwe Benck. Going down the curvy pit, not straight. Down the main straight at the back. Into the S's. Given plenty of room. You don't have to give that much room. Going off the track. Don't completely wreck your race trying to let someone by. Uwe able to keep it on the track. I'm not sure that Uwe is able to actually even hit top speed like properly until the very end of the track. The fastest driver is able to do about 95% on throttle here. It's a fairly big track for GT8. And coming up on that, and then off the track again, unfortunately. So 40 seconds left. We've got Alberghino, Schrenk, Tobias Bayer, Kachura, Tower, Benck, Reitbauer, and Liu. Where's young Tobias? Because we were, let me see, 4. Same number as his dad, actually. I think he's in the yellow, one of the yellow cars at the end of the straight. Is Tobias. Is the car 4. It's the second of these 2 yellow cars. Is young Tobias. Or Tobias. I'm not sure. I never know which way to pronounce it. And that's the end, actually, so that's why he's turning around. But yeah, there we go. That is heat number 2. And you can see there the tire box is already put into the Parc Fermé. And let's see what the activity in the chat is like after just another minor repositioning. I think we need more equipment and more bodies in here and a smaller room. just really make it challenging. Okay. Oh, yeah, so we were talking to our Manchester mate. Which carb vent do GT8 run, I wonder? John, I have no clue. Sorry. I haven't run. I used to race Super Nitro. Someone in the chat from Indianapolis was commenting that they were working on their HPI Nitro RS4. I used to race that and the Super Nitro. I had a lot more fun in Super Nitro. Hoping to get back to racing touring car, vintage touring car in the next few months. I have one or two events coming up possibly for that. All right, so earlier today we had viewers joining us from Canberra, Australia, Indianapolis, Tacoma, Washington, Manchester, England. So let us know where you're watching us from on this, well, at least here it's a nice, bright, sunny Friday. We've got qualifying all through the rest of the day. We do have a healthy lunch break for us. Somewhere, well, after each round we have a lunch break, or a little break of about 10 minutes or so, and then we have a big lunch break in the middle of the day. I dare say that's coming up. It's coming up. Yes, okay, so 4 more heats and then we'll have a lunch break. So I believe that's around 12:30 Central European time, but I haven't mentioned this yet actually. You can check out the full live timing and results and the current qualifying standings, etc., etc. After 3 rounds of qualifying. You can check that out on myrcm.ch. If you go to online events at the top of the page and just find the EFRA GT8 and GTE European Championships at MRC Leipzig. Complete results are there. We can only fit so many results on the screen at one time to make it understandable and readable. But you'll notice, regular viewers will notice that there is a progress bar at the bottom of each driver's name, so you can see where they are roughly on track and when they're about to cross the line, which is very handy. It's pretty easy to see where roughly the drivers are as they go around when they're about to cross the line, and especially if we're on the same number of laps and the progress meters are close to each other. That's a battle that's developing. So I'll do my best to keep an eye on that. But you can see if we're looking at one battle, we can only look at one at a time. Unfortunately, we're not Sky F1, but you'll be able to see how battles are progressing elsewhere through the order. So the cars have been released on track, but just for the warm-up laps, they got the tires going. And about 20 seconds to go. There's our drivers. They're running in this one. So we do want to thank our sponsors, our very generous sponsors for helping us bring this coverage to you live and free all weekend long. We have Senesi Motorsport is our title sponsor. Natanelli Senesi out there in GTE and GT8. And also thank you to X-Ray, Skeffus Model, Elsarum, Energy Fuels, Hobbywing, Gmar, and Corsatec. So here we are. We've got Will on the moving camera. And he has picked up the car number 7, I believe. That very bright number 7. Also running in GT8, I believe, because it's a very familiar paint scheme to me now. This is Gerhard Renner, though, in the 7, in that bright yellow, and the dark bits are green. Ooh, a little bit of a bump there. The number 1 car trying to get past, and then Gerhard gets on the grass. So we'll stick with the number 1. That's Carlo Benck. Just across the line to go into 4th position. So Carlo working themselves up the order through the chicane, around the infield hairpin, and around the last corner. That's the finish line right there. There's the starting grid. And that big power sweeper coming onto the main straight, down into the hairpin, and then, off the track going into the S's. That's going to cost some traction. It's going to be some time to work the tires to get the grass and the dirt, burn them off the tires there. Gerhard Pfeiffer in the lead with Christian Stoltz now taking it over. Johann Strasser, is that George Sandhofer taking over 4th position. So if we drop back a car to the red car, I don't think we followed the red car yet. I think that's number 4. We'll see when he comes through the chicane. Yes, that's number 4. My eyes are not betraying me. Tomislav Benck. Ooh. Oh my. Wow. Did we get that? Did we get that coming off the track? That was amazing. Actually went over the fence. That's unfortunate. All right, let's find a different car. Let's find this coming through the midfield section here, just about to cross the finish line. The car number 2 with the white front. Car number 2 is Cerveni, coming through the S's. And amazingly, that car 4 that we were following that literally went off the track, still running, is made it to the pits under its own power. Obviously, this qualifying run is going to be a wash, but still running. These cars pretty durable, as long as they're not smashing into each other. And we haven't seen any of that yet. We may in the finals. I mean, may have some aggressive drivers in the finals, but that's always how it goes. But they're pretty rugged cars. I mean, they are based on 1/8 scale buggies to begin with from way back when. Some of the cars, like the Capricorn and I think the Raptor, and possibly a couple of the others, are quite, very modern touring car appearance. But most of them still based pretty much on 1/8 buggy suspension size and durability, sort of like, pivot balls and stuff like that. But so good to see that the cars are quite durable enough to basically fly over the fence and out of the park. Okay, so the next car we'd like to follow is this bright orange car about to come. Next car now about to cross the finish line. This bright orange car coming down the straight is the car, I want to say 5? Yes, of Gerhard Pfeiffer. Orange, a bit of white, a tiny splash of white, orange and gray basically. So Gerd Pfeiffer, one of our big fans for RCTV, and we see him at all of the GT8 racing. And is actually leading, so he's doing pretty solid. I wonder if the car behind him is the second place car of Christian. It isn't, but Christian is the car 6. I'll look for car 6 out there as we're sticking with Gerd for a bit. So Christian is the red car about to come down the pit straight now, just underneath us. There we go. That's Christian Stoltz running second. Gerd pretty steady in top spot. So not a lot of movement in the overall timing. Christian making kind of a big mistake there, losing a couple seconds coming out of the chicane in the middle. Being followed closely by Jiri Pfeiffer. No relation to Gerd. I have confirmed with Gerd himself. So Christian, actually that mistake costing Christian second spot. Cerveni now in second, but then quickly taken by Christian. So yeah, it's put him in the danger zone. Ooh, gotta play it careful when you're trying to get around lap traffic. But the referees are on hand to throw out the what I like to call the verbal blue flags. Fast car coming up behind you, car number X. Open the door, which I love as a term. Oh, and the car 9 ending up on the grass. Unfortunately, that car number 4 never came back out of the pits. Either just basically calling it a day, calling an end to the race at that point, or deciding to save the tires maybe as the smarter move. Let's see who we haven't followed yet. Oh, we're getting to the end now, so the car's going slow. Time has expired. I think everyone has finished now. Yes, everyone's finished except for Tomislav in that car 4. So everyone but Tomislav made it to the very end. Gerd celebrates by going off the track into the grass. Okay, so that is it for heat number 3. There's our final results there. Gerd taking it with Christian, Jan, and George.
Makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
No, it's a four-way battle.
And Ben's on the inside. He's got him.
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Tech inspection underway for the cars that we were just watching on track. So as a reminder, after the GTE qualifying in this round, we will be having a lunch break. Our friend Werner Spanbruckner saying hello from Australia. Austria. Jeez. Yeah, Lutok, that is a crash. And Ivan Zinko saying Bank is flying. Yeah. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's a spectacular crash, but we don't want to focus on it too much. So, Nigel W. joining us from North Germany. So why are you here? Well, I mean, we're pretty close to you, aren't we? Leipzig? I mean, I know it's, probably a couple hundred kilometers from everywhere, but yeah, we're not too far from North Germany. There's our next group of drivers out on the driver's stand, so we'll let everyone enjoy the collection of tie wraps and scaffolding poles. Okay, so I think we're less than a minute to the start of the next heat. They've released the cars from the pit lane to get their warm-up laps, if they wish. Don't have to, but they can. There's only one car out. 30 seconds now. This track is in a pretty good position for so that it doesn't annoy any neighbors. We've seen that issue raise its ugly head for some of the tracks I've been to. But there's a rail line and a major motorway that go past at almost right angles, and this track is tucked up right in that intersection. So there's no one to complain about the noise, which is great. It allows Nitro Racing to carry on, I imagine, year-round. The track we were at in Zagreb a couple of years ago, the Euros was literally the very last Nitro race that was allowed to be run at the track, because they built there were apartments and houses and stuff like that all built around the track. And now it's electric only, which is really unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes. All right, so who have we picked? Are we on the salmon-colored car? Will? Yeah. That is the number 5 of, who's that? Not one of our top cars. Of Frederick Militzer. We followed this car a little bit around. Another one of the very, very unique colors is just coming up on Uri Hudi, actually. Uri running both of the electric and nitro classes. Uri not really wanting to give the space. Similar speed, but it seemed like Uri was recovering from a mistake, and Frederick came up on him pretty rapidly. See how these two handle it. The convenient thing about the drivers that are running two classes is that they are running usually the same color body, down to the same paint scheme. I think Martin Bayer is the only one who's running two different bodies. Don't know whether that's because he found a better body positioning or running a completely different. Ooh, wow, nice slide. There's some Fast and Furious action going. Let's move forward to Uri in the pink and black as he gets his way past the car number 1 of Peter Jandl. But Uri, good speed as you would expect. Uri, I think it was, if I remember right, when the X-Ray brand first kind of launched itself on the scene, Uri was a lot of photos of him racing in the 70s with a hand-built 1/8 scale on-road car. So if you imagine designing and building your own on-road car in the era of the RC 500 and the RC 250, way back in the day. That's what Uri was doing, literally behind the Iron Curtain. So he's got Jandl really wanting to get past there. Uri making it somewhat easy, but something, I don't know what happened there. One of them slowed and the other didn't. Coming out of that. All right, so if let's just work our way sort of backwards and drop back to the yellow car. Oh. And we'll move to the moving camera so everyone can see what we're talking about. So this is car number 1 of Peter Jandl, catching Uri. Going down the main straight. Equal roughly on speed. Oh, Uri getting it wrong there, coming out into the S's. And kind of putting Peter off a little bit, but that allows Peter to get ahead for sure. So there's a 4th round of qualifying, another one to come after this one. But after, let's see, this is heat 4, so after heat 5 and 6, we're going to have a long lunch break. Just to inform everybody as, well, let's try and drop back to the gray car behind these pair. So there's these 3 cars that we're going to follow in sequence. So this gray car. He's missing a car number on the side. For shame. On both sides he's missing. So how are we going to follow this car? Car number 2. Actually, it's there, but it's in a terrible position. This is Marcel Dostal. Car number should be on the door, not on the top of the car, where it's impossible to see. Anyway, we're going to have a long lunch break, and I think we can inform you that we will be having a pit walk. So don't worry about that. We will have a pit walk for you, and we'll have a little tour of the pits. Everyone loves a tour of the pits, right? So we'll be doing that during the lunch break, and then we'll play it out for you as soon as we can. So if we move forward 1 car, we're going to, because there was a position change, going to go forward then backwards. So to the number 7. At the moment, it's teal, or no, this the pink and minty green car, number 7. Well, sorry. Pink and minty green. So yeah, these two swap position on track, and then we got a little bit mixed up. But now they've swapped positions again, so that makes it handy. So this is the car number 7, the minty green, and they've come together. That's not good, not good. Okay. Okay, so drop back 2 cars, Will, to the yellow and green. Yellow and green. Next car across the finish line. That's the one. Stay with the yellow and green. This guy's making it harder than it needs to be to follow them. There's the car number 3 of Uli Westenfelder. And followed by, well, now the race is over, but that was Pasquale Kogel, who was in the dual-toned color car. And Pasquale's finished second. And Dostal, who was in that gray car, finishing top of that one. And those finishing results will come up on the screen. The steak and chips.
Yeah, steak and chips, please. With a mezzo mix.
Ooh, spicy. Spicy pillows.
Rosario is your European champion. Fantastic stuff. Nathan Senesi wins the most amazing race to take the most amazing European championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Okay, so we are about ready to start the warm-up laps for the penultimate heat of GTE. So these are the second fastest group of racers after time practice yesterday. After heat 6, as a reminder, we will be having a long lunch break where we're going to have a nice little pit walk tour of the track.
By request.
Yeah, as requested by Burak Kilic's mates. So we've got an MCD, an S-Works, Genius. And I can only imagine other brands of cars in this one. Those are the ones I know for sure from the driver names. So it's just warm up. Still got. Oh no, lap is time started. Apologize for that. So there's our drivers and the referees. There's Jorn Neumann. And obviously all the other drivers. So it's let's see who we pick up first. That is car number 3 of, I think this is Jorn. Because 8 is, yes, this is Jorn. So 8 in this one is Sven. Of course, the numbers will all change once the qualifiers, or once the qualifying is finished. But for the moment, at least we know that in this race, the white car 3 is Jorn Neumann running the S-Works. And as I mentioned every time we show Jorn, he is our World Cup champion from a couple of years ago in Australia. It was just a World Cup event because I believe it was either an invitational event or there just weren't enough.
It was the first year they ran it.
It was the first year they ran it.
So it has to be a World Cup.
So it has to be a World Cup.
Same every time.
It's the same every time. Jorn coming up on the car 0. Nick, Zdenek Nick. And, well, very rapidly past him. Lots and lots of challenges with the electric class here. Even making the making 7 minutes quite challenging. Where's who's car 1 of Doris has made a mistake. So let's move forward 1 car to Doris, running the Genius chassis. The top qualifier in this category so far. Wow, nice slide there from Doris. Top qualifier is B.A. Arnoldi from France running the Genius. Genius kind of, wow, okay. Very good front grip, not so much rear grip. Ooh, whoa, okay. Jorn luckily making his way past Doris. I don't know what setup change. Wow, motor. Both of them very, very on the nose. But Doris not having a good time in this one. I think he had a couple of good runs previously. Drop back a car. Let's leave Doris to his agony. That is not pleasant to. I mean, it is amazing to watch, but that is terrible to drive. So we're with Pietro Lucifora. Not sure what car Pietro is running. If you know in the chat, do let us know. But this is the car number 6, our current leader of this heat. Speaking of heat, the track, as we've been reliably informed by racers who've been here all week long, the heat has come down quite a lot since the start of the race, start of the week. We arrived on Wednesday, and it was quite hot. And a car just launched itself ahead of Pietro, making lots of space for him. So plenty of space now. And who's that behind him? This is the 8 of Sven Rodewald. So if we drop back to the MCD, the next white car behind. That's Sven Rodewald there. Sven, not usually an electric racer. Whoa, and letting Daras pass. Okay, yes, being very, very kind there. Daras with a very fast car, but so twitchy and pointy. Gee. So Sven doing the smart thing and just saying, all right, you go ahead, man. You're fast. And he is motoring along. So Sven running the MCD, a relatively new chassis. Of course, Dario Vaselli is going to be in the next heat. So this orange and white car will follow him as he passes. That is the 4 of Tom Hake. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to find out how to pronounce his name because we do see him at various events. But Tom looking planted with that car. That car looks good. And I dare say he's easily catching. Yep. Jeez. As Doris doing the Fast and Furious drift around the outside of the sweeper, Tom just going, okay, I'm going to follow the normal racing line. So Tom showing us how it's done, moving up to second now, behind Pietro Lucifora, who we've already followed. Who else is there to capture? So we're getting close to, I mean, this is the second to last qualifier, so we're kind of sticking to the fastest racers. Jorn has just leapt to the top, sharing it with Lucifora as he crosses the line. And then Hawk getting ahead of Jorn. So Jorn is up there threatening. Jorn knows his way around a GTE car. He's the white car going down the straight now, behind the blue. So the next car going through the sweeper, the chicane. So we followed him before, but he's moving, going very quick. Normally, of course, we see him in electric off-road and 8th off-road. Multiple European champion back in his prime. And I dare say on any given weekend, he's going to certainly be a threat. Last lap for everybody now. As we're under 20 seconds remaining in this run, let's see how Jorn finishes up. Pietro, Hawk, and Neumann, current top 3. Let's see where Jorn finishes this lap. Jumps to the top again. His fastest lap, 18:30, compared to Pietro's 18.4, and an 18:30 for Puker. Tom Hawk, 18.4. So, oops. Well, time has expired, so everyone is finished. Everyone made it, importantly. However, actually, no, Jorn only finishing on 22 laps. No, 23, but a very slow 23. So finishing 4th. So yeah, battery issues maybe for Neumann. Fastest group coming out next.
Dobovic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
As I'll see in the background.
Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
All right, so these drivers taking a very long time to actually start their warm-up laps. Obviously, saving the energy for from the batteries. Definitely making sure that they don't dump. Ooh, someone's crashed at the end of the straight. Who's that? Who's that? Oh, and a battery hanging out. It's a very familiar paint scheme. Mechanic bringing it back. Number 9 of Daniel Shepis. And that's Salvatore Shepis. So luckily the battery hasn't exploded and it seems to be all in one piece. But yeah, it's not a good start. It was, well, no, the clock has started. 6:40 left to go this one. So that's this qualifying gone for him. So let's see who we are with now. The white and yellow is at the number 1 of Gayamo, our defending champion. So he'll, I'm pretty sure, also running a Skepis car. Neat and tidy, I must say. Every time I think he's running a bit wide, yeah, maybe he did there, but He does cut it to just perfectly hit the apex. Less than a car's width between the inside tires and the white line. Very good lines from Guyama. Let's drop back one car to Senesi. There he is on track. That is our title sponsor, Natanelli Senesi of Senesi Motorsport. But whoa! No! No! That is not a good lap. But let's see if he can hold off Izze and Alessio and Dario, who are all the next cars behind him. And I think it's also Bayer in the white car. So it's been a lap since that accident. Let's drop back to the two cars behind because that is Mazzeo and Izze. Former European champion in this in this category, from a couple years ago is Alessio Mazzeo in that orange car. Senesi making up the speed there to get the grass off his tires, and Mazzeo wanting to get past Senesi now. Oh, nice, very aggressive. But straight through. So we've already followed Mazzeo. So if we drop back two cars to the number 6 blue of Adam Izze, who we spoke with earlier. After this race, during the lunch break, might be a good time to scrub back through the live footage as he ran very wide and close to the grass there. Is he having some push issues? Is a really, really good touring car racer. And it will be very interesting to see what he ends up doing in this GTE category. You're saying that GTE compared to GT8 is a bit like running mod and stock. Nicely past Senesi. And the next car to pass Senesi is number 3. I want to say it is Martin Bayer. He's already passed. As obviously X-Ray, Senesi, and then Vaselli is. We'll give Martin Bayer a little bit more screen time, but at the finish line, we'll drop back 2 cars to the orange and blue of Vaselli, who's just made his way past Senesi. So this is Dario Vaselli, top MCD, running only in GTE because they don't have a nitro chassis. I'd be curious to hear why. The car does look very pretty though, just in standard chassis form. All aluminum, as many of these cars are. Vaselli running his traditional paint scheme, the bright orange and the dark blue with the checker Croatian crest. Who haven't we followed? So, okay, so if we drop back 2 cars, we'll come to the 0 car of Alex D'Angelo. We'll follow him for a little bit, and we'll finish with our overnight TQ. So Alex running the Capricorn. Interestingly, there's no Catanzani running GTE, so he's only running in Nitro, and he's the only Serpent driver here. So in this particular race, we've got a Raptor actually leading with Mazzeo, and Skepis with Guyamo, and then we have an X-Ray, MCD, Capricorn, and a pair of Genius. So if we drop back a car, drop back 2 cars to the orange, blue, yellow, and red of Filippo Berio. That's him. Not Filippo Berio, what am I saying? Filippo Berretti. And the number 5 is our overnight TQ. He's not going to be TQ this time around, though. It's either going to be Matteo or Guglielmo.
Is the overnight TQ in Nitro?
Yes, okay, sorry. Yeah, overnight TQ in Nitro. The overnight TQ in this category is Arnaldi, who is not even on track. So, curious what happened there. Matteo is dumped. So we're 20 seconds ago. So we'll finish on Filippo, who has just passed another dumping car. I think that was the number 1 of Guglielmo. I think it was. So Guglielmo's going to drop. Alessio has dropped again. Izzy slow. This is like large-scale touring car. Who is going to be able to cross the line? Izzy takes that one. And then Guglielmo. Use her.
Adam, pretty fast out there.
Yeah, it was a pretty good run.
Yeah.
I mean, we changed a little bit on the power setting because I had 3 clean runs to make the main. And I was still a little bit conservative, but when I saw Alessio passing me, I had in my mind that he will not finish, so I was just trying to keep it clean.
Both Nitro and Electric seem to be struggling with the runtime and the power.
I think to use the whole potential of the electronics, you need around 15,000 milliampere battery pack for this track, and we have only 10,000, so we are halfway through.
So you have to go slow to go fast.
I think we removed from my practice speed, we removed like 20 turbo from the ESC to be able to survive the 7 minutes, but it still is a manage.
That's some good strategy at play then.
Yes, for sure.
Good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so there you go. Hearing it from our TQ man for round number 4, Adam Izzy. And we had the exclusive scoop from him earlier, our live interview, which will be able to catch in its entirety uploaded at some point in the future. So for now, we're going to take a wee little break. We will have a pit walk that will play into the stream in a bit, but we're going to have a little lunch break along with all the rest of the drivers. And we'll be back with you as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Rosario is your European champion. Fantastic stuff. Nathan Senesi wins the most amazing race to take the most amazing European championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody. Totally secret, no one knows.
You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12 Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah.
And now we got the mid-wing car. Now it's a four-way battle.
Pole man is being run back to the pits. Our pole man is going to miss the start. Oh no! Hatler's going with Ben. Ben and Hatler right together now on the last jump. And Ben's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovacic made an error, so Kovacic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
The winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship. Makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Ben's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Welcome to sunny Leipzig. So we are here at the MRC Leipzig or Leipzig Club. I keep saying that wrong. But yeah, we're at the entrance. Thank you to Senesi Motorsport who brought their lovely van again. So we've got the Genius thing here. We have our first victim, potentially, Tony Gruber. Hello, Tony. Nice to see. Well, it's great to see you. I'm glad you're here. How have things been? Just one question. Just how have things been for you this week?
Overall, can be better, to be honest. We struggle a little bit with the 7 minutes. I mean, we can drive, we can survive the 7 minutes, but overall, it's a little bit too slow. So I be too smooth. So we need to now learn step by step every run to make it a little bit faster and see against the other guys what's the pace.
Okay.
And then you cannot clearly say now you need to push, now you have to be more slow. You also need to check the other lap times from the other guys to see the pace, and then you need to react. So now it's also not cold. This makes also not easier. So then we will see. Now we make something with the engine and we check if we can improve.
Okay.
To be maybe in the top 4.
Okay, all right.
Now we are, I think, on 6 or maybe 5 now after I heard a disqualification. So then, I don't know. Yeah, we try for the top 4.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
All right. Fabulous. Current and defending world champion Tony Gruber running the Hongnor chassis in GT8 only. So obviously over there, the camping area that many races are in. I wonder if we might sneak back there and see who else is here. We show the cafe. See the cafe? And the big queue for lunch. Mr. Gerd Pfeiffer with enjoying is that a rattler? Or yes, it is. There we go. Good stuff. Best of luck in your next heat then. Don't have too much.
Save. I guess he can drive a little bit more fluidly then.
Yeah, a little bit smoother with the drink. All right, so let's see who else we can grab here. More tons and tons of seating area for the drivers. Here's young Catanzani. Sing. How are you? Come stai? One question? Yeah. Okay. So tell us how your week has gone. You're the only Serpent racer here, and only doing GT8 though, so only one class to concentrate on. How has your week been?
So far, good. The pace is good, but we have to go not fast in the quali for the 7 minutes. But the car is worked great. Yeah, we hope for the next quali to have a good quali to be safe for the direct final. That's it.
Okay. Any trouble making the 7 minutes during the week?
Yeah, you can't go full gas, so you have to go slow. But the category is this, so we know already from home.
Okay. All right. Well, buona fortuna.
Thank you
for the rest of the weekend. Okay. Martin Bayer and gentleman from Elseram. Okay, so here you get your tire box, as the sign says, and here are the tire boxes that all the drivers get. And one of the club officials here, so we can just a quick word, one question. So how has everything been running for the club?
It's very smooth, so the majority of the drivers are very friendly and kind, and the team is well structured and organized, so it's very smooth, and I think everyone is really happy with what we are doing as a host here.
Perfect. That's great. Okay, well, we'll let you go and enjoy the rest of the break. We've got maybe 30 minutes before the next group is out on track. So over here we've got, I'm not sure. Oh, there's the dog. Get the dog. Dog's just chilling, wondering what's happening. Hi. Dog person. I'm a cat person too, mostly, but yeah, dogs are cool. Alex D'Angelo having a rest. There's we talked to young Adam Izay there. Lots and lots of various cars. There's Mr. Hootie watching things. There's a map of the track so all the drivers know where their marshal spots are. The next victim could potentially be Mr. Dario. He's just getting some batteries charged. It's that MCD car that we were talking about in commentary. It's looking good. How's it going for you, Dario?
All okay, but just looking for some balance in the tire because the first qualification today I was struggling a lot, so in the next one I tried to make something different, some different type of the tire. I mean, same tire but new and very, very used one.
Yeah.
So now was fine, just need to the last one qualification and we will see how it's going.
And so I noticed that MCD not running a nitro chassis. Is that in the plans for the future, or is not going to bother with that for the moment?
I think in this moment it's not. No, we are just concentrating on one category, and then we will see in the future what will happen.
Okay, all right. Well, good info there. Thank you very much, Dario. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. And let's see who else we can capture here. Just a few minutes remaining. Arnaldi's not at his pit spot, so I'm not sure where he's gone. Arnaldi running the Genius. I believe that's another Genius. So Stefan's busy. Let's see who else we can capture. Maybe Mr. Senesi we can speak with very quickly. Natanelli. You have 1 minute?
Yeah.
Just doing our pit walk.
No problem.
So, Natanale, having a few little troubles or problems? What's been happening?
So, GT or GT? Let's start from whatever you want.
Either one.
Okay. So, GT actually not bad overall. Just one mistake in Q3 and also in Q4. Otherwise, it would be much better, I think. One big mistake in Q3, but overall not bad result. And GT pretty a mess right now. So first qualifier actually was good, but we didn't close the 7 minutes mark. So we stopped at 6:51, and then half lap was missing, but not bad. Then second qualifier we had a problem at the start, so we just made 2 laps, and then we stopped to save tires. Third qualifier actually we broke the engine.
Oh, man.
So 2 bad qualifiers with 3 counting. Now we have only 2 left, and now the only goal is to go directly into semi-final. From being like super fast to go into semi-final. So not a good week for now, but we will see. The race is not finished yet.
Yeah, I mean sometimes that's the story of racing. That's how it goes sometimes. It's you got to come from behind a little bit. But best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you guys. Bye.
All right, that's Senesi, Natanelli Senesi from Senesi Motorsport. And we'll have a quick look. We won't talk too much to Salvatore, but this here is the Shepis machine. Very beautiful looking machine. It's good stuff. And I mean, look at the prime spot of the track as well. You can hear where the engines kick on, going into second gear, coming out of the sweeper, and we have a little bit of time to look at the track itself. Ooh, because I've been talking about the serrations on the curbings and how the cars can hook in a little bit. And we'll just have a quick look at the track and see what it's like. From our moving camera, we don't really obviously have this perspective. So the drivers, luckily, the sun goes behind the drivers, so it's sort of over the drivers. So the metal covering covers the drivers, keeps the sun off everyone's back, which is great, and even the mechanics later in the day. Here we've got fairly smooth curbing. The other type of curbing that we've got, which is only in this one spot, I believe, is this sort of like driveway paving stone, which you can drive over. Obviously, it's great for drainage, but obviously that's not going to really upset the cars. The cars might bottom out a bit on the lip of the tarmac, but the most common bit of curbing that we've got around here are these red and white raised curbings. So luckily we have this the white line that's painted around all of the corners, but look at the serrations on these curbs. Look at that. That's the rubber left over from the tires, and the marbles. You know, just like in full-size racing, you have the marbles from the tires rubbing off the surface of the rubber. So yeah, very, very interesting. And here's the we don't get a good shot of it really from the moving camera, but you can read this from across the track, which is not very common when we come to the European Championship events. Oh, and here's another bit of curbing. So I was talking about the cars potentially coming onto the grass. So yes, the drivers who are knowledgeable enough, you can potentially cut the curb here. I'm not sure what the referees will say about that when the finals start. Most of the cars running about here, coming through this part of the sweeper. But look at all that space. There's a whole, almost a meter of space that you can take coming around there. So that's interesting to look at, hopefully, if you're a racing nerd maybe. But yeah, so we'll finish here and let you have a good look at the straightaway, very long straight, here at the MRC Leipzig for the EFRA 2025 European Championships for GT8 and GTE. All right, so you might be able to hear the wonderful sound of nitro. Heat 7 on the driver's stand and in the pit lane, so you can see. So we're continuing with qualifying round 4 here from Leipzig. Hope you enjoyed the track walk. and hope you're able to get some extra information to use just for your own brain enjoyment. So all sorts of chat in the live stream. It's great. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Maria Gadzik, welcome to you. Here to watch your fiance hopefully do some good racing coming up. So 2 minutes of this warm-up period remaining. So yeah, just to run down what's happened so far today, if you weren't with us earlier, we had a track walk. Make sure and rewind a bit if you want to watch that. You're certainly welcome to. Hope it proved helpful and informative. I think seeing a close-up of what those the serrations on some of the curbs look like is pretty good, because obviously you can't see that from the driver's stand, and it is indeed very, very tricky to try to cut corners when you're not really able to. Obviously that last corner coming onto the straight, interesting that you can actually swing yourself around where it looks like from our perspective on the main camera, it looks like cars are okay, so sorry, just had to answer a question. But yeah, so we had still the usual sorts of making the 7-minute runtime sorts of issues for many of the drivers, even in the top heats. Many drivers dropping a lap to their fellow racers, among them Senesi, Matteo, Arnaldi didn't go out in the last qualifying run. I wasn't able to get him in the track walk, but yeah, we'll see if we can get some extra information from those guys, but obviously we want to keep things tight, not give away too much ammo and info to their competitors. But you know, it's fairly generally known it can be pretty tough to make it the full 7 minutes when you're at full throttle, basically like 90-95% around the track. Very little braking done on track this size. It's more of an 8th scale or 5th scale size track. Don't get me wrong, a fantastic track to drive around. But fuel and battery amperage, milliamp hour amperage readings, a little bit very important, obviously, as they are with anything, but here especially. So, also we had a good talk with Mr. Senesi of Senesi Motorsport, and let's see who we're going to be following to get us started. And it's going to be this number 10 car. It's actually running a 10, not just a 0. So who is our number 10 racer? That is Joseph Thies. I don't think we followed Joseph before. So getting through the curves in the middle, final corner, there's the finish line, and down the grid, the not pit straight, or the pit not straight. There's the main straight. And the first of our 3 hairpins that we've got on this track. There's the S's, or the chicane. And there's our infield hairpin. And he's allowing the, I think it's the number 5 to get past. Very wise. There's no sense holding anybody up on this. We'll follow Joseph just for a little bit, and I'll see if I can get a number on that car that just passed him. That's the car number 4 of our leader. So if we move forward 1 car to the yellow, gray, and green car of Uli Westenfelder, this is our leader. Making his way through some of the slower cars. That was the number 9 that he's just passed of Alexander Earl. So Uli, fastest lap, 20.59. And there's just under 4 minutes left in this race. So everyone on their own separate clock. If you're unfamiliar with the staggered start type racing, the European Championship event. So always running everyone on their own clock instead of heads up qualifying where it's like just full on racing. So if we're about to have, if we drop back to the next car along. Oh, he's gone into the pits, and that, well, no, well, still, no, this purple one, pink one going down the straight, the first pink one into the hairpin and the chicane. This is a different car than we were following just previously. This is the number 9 of Alexander Earl. We were going to have a different one, but the other car pulled into the pits for some reason. So just under 3 minutes left now. This is Alexander keeping it smooth and steady. Okay, now if we drop back another car, or just let this white and green car move up. Number 6 is who that is. Jason Noonan. I believe this is going to be one of our Irish racers. So, yeah, we'll let them go. We're do another prep for another commentary box interview. Yeah, so we're trying to get some more interesting interviews for everybody to enjoy. So apologies for the still camera, but the Westenfelder is still leading this one. Minute and 20 left to go. We do want to thank our sponsors for this weekend. Senesi Motorsport is our title sponsor, so massive thank you to Natanelli Senesi for agreeing to be our title sponsor. So thank you very much to Natanelli. We talked to him briefly in the pit walk as well. Got some interesting information. Hobbywing, another one of our fantastic sponsors this weekend. We talked to Mikhail Milanovic, representing one of the representatives of Hobbywing here this weekend. Got some very interesting information from him. And thank you to Energy Fuels and also El Saram. And we saw a Shepis model car in the pits earlier. We very briefly met Salvatore, Mr. Shepis himself. And then also X-Ray, one of our event sponsors, And we talked to Adam Ize, one of the, well, potentially the fastest X-Ray this weekend. We'll see. We'll see. We have a dead car. As you can see on the screen, a dead car. That number 7. Not the greatest place to run out of fuel. And a couple of cars coming together just on the other side of the pit lane. So time has finished. We've got, well, with Westenfelder not finishing, basically losing a lap, we've got Noonan taking the win in that qualifying heat, as you can see on the screen.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, there he is. Totally secret, no one knows.
You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah.
So next heat, already getting warmed up. Got Dan Jones, Pietro Mauro, Barbosa, Magno, Rocky, our Malaysian friend Mod Noor, Caligari, Del Aquila, Uri Hudi, and Zenidek Nick. You can see the Parc Fermé area. The drivers on the stand waiting for the... Yeah, it's still a few minutes. I mean, there's going to be plenty of warm-up time for them. So we're just waiting for the clearance. I think it's going to be about half a minute before they're allowed to head out onto the track. There they go. Nice clear blue sky, as you can see. Weather's been getting progressively just very slightly cooler each day. So start off pretty hot at the start of the week, and even when we got here on Wednesday, it was very, very quite warm. So the final fuel top up and tuning. Half a minute left to go before the start. You see the mechanics now are in the shade, which is pretty handy for them. So 3, 2, 1, and clock has started. So we'll let everybody find their own space on the track. And who are we with? That is the car 4 of Daniel Magno. You were on the yellow car. Ah. So Danielle coming through the chicane. Oh, getting very close. Eager, I would say. Coming down the main straight. Good speed. Yeah, a little bit wide there. A little bit. Could have fit a couple of cars sideways through that. Cutting it tight there. Running the GT Fury, I believe, from Genius. And let's see. So if we move one car forward once we get to the straight, that is the car of Pietro Mauro. And with the Italian tricolore on the roof, no points for guessing where Pietro is from. But a beautiful paint scheme nonetheless. The white and blue and orange and yellow. Now it's going to be very, very difficult to guess correctly which car Pietro is running because there's so many Italian brands and I can't make out the stickers on the rear wing. But Pietro running in the lead in this one. 19.7 seconds fastest lap with 5.5 minutes remaining. Of course, need to make the 7-minute mark to get as many laps as you can out there. And we'll try to move forward one car to the number 5 of Emanuele Rocchi, the green car, sorry, at the start of the pit straight. There's Emanuele chasing down the white number 9 of Uri Hudi, running a different paint scheme for the first time. Okay. Hudi obviously running the X-Ray. But this is the first time we've seen a car that isn't the magenta and black. We're back to the green. Number 5. Recently been rescued, so trying to get some grass and dirt off the tires. And who is this coming up very, very quickly? I think it's Daniel Magno. The stickers come off one side of the car. It's the number 8 of Giacomo Dell'Aquila. Okay. Going pretty quick. So quick, the number's coming off of the right side of the car. Usually it's the other side of the car where the exhaust is coming out, but fast mover going down the pit, not straight, on the sweeper into the hairpin. Good apex hitting. And across the finish line once again. So Giacomo not bothering the top top 3 spots. We've got Bruno Barbosa in the car 3. I'll see if I can find Bruno in the car 3. Giacomo has gone into the grass, so that is super unfortunate. And the Marshall across the main straight. And something stuck in. Okay. The Marshall was trying to put him back onto the straight, and he had come off from the infield, so that's why he did the spin round. So that car 3, where is the mystery car 3 who's in our lead? There's an absolute massive pack of cars in the middle. And it's not any of them. What is going on? Oh, no. Sorry. It's the second to last. The middle of these cars, the white, orange, and purple with the yellow wing on the back, is the car 3. That is Bruno Barbosa, who I don't think we followed. This car here, just last car about to cross the finish line now. Whoa! Straight into the back of the car 9, I think that is. I think he didn't expect the car 9 to be going that slow, or I don't know what was happening there. That's possibly being fairly kind. I don't know what the referee decision is going to be. But anyway, this is Bruno Barbosa making space for himself out on the track. And that has cost him some time. So he's dropped down to 3rd now, but we'll see if he's able to tick off some quick laps. As he's hunting down the car number 6 of our Malaysian friend, Maud Noor. That's the car just in front, that very bright multicolored car. Fantastic speed, but just basically not waiting for a space, just making his own. Bruno trying to get back to the top spot. Still running 3rd. See where he pops up this time. Still 3rd. So, and he's run out of fuel. He's run out of fuel. He's been going so fast, he's been running out of fuel. So, and that's with 48 seconds left. And someone having an argument that may be Bruno, I'm not sure, but someone having an argument with both of the referees. Car number 9 is stopped with 20 seconds to go. Another car has stopped out on the sweeper with less than 20 to go. And we're back with Giacomo in that sort of dull... he's run out of fuel. Giacomo's run out of fuel. And the orange car, and the yellow car. Who is still running? Who wants to get a lap? Who wants a lap? Anyone for a lap? Number 5 car is coming around. The 2 cars coming around. Actually still running when they come into the pits. That's amazing. How are the... he's going around for another lap, number 9. We have a spirited argument between one of the drivers and the referees. But... So Magno, Mauro, Caligari, Rocky, and Hudi, the only ones to fully finish, and the rest of the drivers who've run out of fuel, not able to. Well, they're missing 1 or more laps, so can't really say what's happened there. It's really unfortunate. It's not how you want to have a qualifying run finish, but them's the breaks.
On and now we got the Mink Winker on.
Now it's a four-way battle.
Poleman is being run back to the pits. Our Poleman is going to miss the start. Oh no! Hatler's going with Finn. Finn and Hatler right together now on the last time. And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovacic made an error, so Kovacic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, huh? Waiting for a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
The winner, your European champion, is one Carlos Canas. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Olowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Okay, so we're about to get into Heat 9, which is the penultimate race of round 4 of qualifying for the Nitro classes. Nitro class, I should say. So, just for everyone's information and for future reference, Filippo Beretta is our overnight TQ, and in the third round of qualifying, which happened earlier today, set TQ again. Italian racer, very, very happy running the Genius Italian car. Second place overall at the moment is B.A. Arnaldi from France, also running the Genius. With a second, and his first throwout is a 5th place. Alessio Mazzeo from Italy running the Raptor. has a second, a third, and a fourth. So his worst result so far is a fourth. And I dare say his fourth and I think his third place are from simply just running out of fuel. So, you know, driving a bit hard as that time has started. So we'll start to look at this. We've got some drivers to watch in this one. But that is the current running order for qualifying after 3 rounds. Beretta, Arnaldi, Mazzeo, Catazani, and Magno. Well, I believe, is he in this one? He was in the last race. But anyway, that is the current, the top 5 so far at the moment. Right, so let's follow one of these white cars. Number 4, I think it is the second one. That's Martin Bayer in the second of these 2 white cars. Just ahead of him is Burek Kilic. And number 1 behind him is Daras, who don't know why Daras is having more issues again, I think. So we're still on Bayer, I believe, in the car 4. No, this is the 5 of Loris Louise. Just coming through the chicane. No, sorry. Well, let's just stick with that one. That's Sven Rodewald in the MCD. No, it's not. He's running only electric. But this is number 8 of Bjorn Neumann. So it's a good one to follow. Running both categories. 8-time European champion. So running smooth, looking good. Just ahead of him, actually. If we move forward 1 car to the bright pink going down the main straight with the clear wing and black end flaps is Gabriele Palosci, who was leading this one until Adam Izze has popped up into the lead. So we'll follow Gabriele for a moment here. Coming around the infield hairpin, straightening these S's, and then around the hairpin, down the grid, into the sweeper. So let's drop back 2 cars now to the blue car of Adam Izze. Izze running the X-Ray. The top ranked X-Ray so far in GTE. Don't believe he's running top 5 in, no, he's not running top 5 in GT8 at the moment. But as we talked to him earlier today, saying that he was saying that he's mainly just hoping to get it into the main, but he is targeting top 3 for GTE, which is ambitious, which is good. He's a very, very excellent touring car racer. And this is his first time running Nitro. First time running GTE as well. And he's taken back the top spot from Palosci as we've been watching him. He's coming up on that number 8 white car of Bjorn Neumann. We used to seeing Neumann as an off-road racer. As I said, he's a 8-time European champion in various off-road categories. One of the white cars coming off, is that Bayer? I think it's Bayer who's just come off the track. We didn't see what happened, but I saw it's a number 7. Who is that? Is that one of our? That's Tarragoni. I don't think he's one of the top runners in this heat. And he's made, as we've been watching, Izze getting past Neumann. So Pelosi in the bright pink, 2 cars ahead, and Izze man to watch right now. They're still trading top spots, so somewhere along the way, maybe it was that slow lap. Getting past Neumann. Izze back into the top spot though. Pelosi just taking it, and then Izze, as he crosses line, takes it back. So these guys going to be running tight on fuel. 1 minute 19 left. Minute and a quarter now. And Izze knows what he needs to do for making it to the 7 minutes. Let's move to the... Oh, no, he's sorry. He's just gone past. I thought there was going to be a bit of drama there with Pelosi trying to get past some lap traffic. But at the end of the straight, let's go to the bright pink car, the all-pink car of Gabriele Pelosi. He's moving up on the car 9 of Delgado. So number 3, bright pink with the clear wing. So 25 seconds left. We have a dead car at the end of the straight, so someone a little bit overeager. And we're watching, trying to keep an eye on the top 2 cars. Pelosi slowing down. Izze just about to come past. Pelosi's gone. Izze's gone past now. He's slowed appreciably, but he's still running. Very important. Oh, and he's run out. He's run out as well. What's that going to do to the... Oh, they're finished. Right, okay. Time had expired, but Izze and Pelosi's... Well, that's still good to know because they know that they can push just a tiny bit more to make it that half lap. Kilic finishing 3rd in that one. It's a very good result for him. I'm sure he'll be ecstatic if he gets it into the main.
Makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
No, it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside. He's got him.
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Welcome to sunny Leipzig. So we are here at the MRC Leipzig Championships for GT8 and GTE. Okay, so we're just a couple minutes from getting the final run of qualifying for round 4. There's still one more round of qualifying, so 5 total rounds of qualifying with 3 to count. So just to run down the current running order of qualification, we've got Filippo Beretta out on track right now. He is sitting on 3 TQ results, so one more TQ and he will be overall TQ. Fabulous for him. B.A. Arnoldi sitting 2nd overall with a second, and a 5th. Alessio Mazzeo with a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th. Adam Izze, who was just on track, he has a 6th, an 8th, and a 9th, and then his result just finished. Obviously, it's going to be, the computer will mix it all in, and we'll see where he ends up. So he's a cat amongst the pigeons. Andrea Catanzani, the lone serpent out there, with a 3rd, a 3rd, and a 4th, so doing very well. Gabriele Pelosi, another one who was in the last race, as well as Burek Kilic. Tony Gruber, we talked to him during the pit walk, a bit struggling, but I'm sure he will come to the front as much as he can. Daniel Shepis and Alex D'Angelo rounding out the top 10. So really, Pelosi and Izze, the two who could potentially really knock someone out of this group into the semis. Of course, we've got the finals tomorrow. There's no super pole. So Alex D'Angelo having some issues, and we're with Senesi going down the main straight, following Mazzeo. D'Angelo being pulled into the pits by the mechanics, so he is out of this round. Senesi trying to climb his way back up the ladder, chasing Mazzeo. Senesi in his own design car. Mazzeo running the Raptor and pulling away from Senesi. So Senesi saying he actually broke an engine earlier in the weekend. So Mazzeo now working his way to catch the other orange car of Tony Gruber, not that far ahead of him. So if we move forward to the next orange car, that's Tony Gruber with the white wing, crawling all over the back of, I think that's Rosario Gayama, who he's just passed in the car 4. Yeah, Gayama not having a good time in GT8, but doing fairly well in electric. So Gruber pulling away, making a good gap from Gayamo. Good pace. And across the finish line, down the grid. Next car forward for Gruber is Leonardo Valente, I believe, in that car 7, yes. But Gruber, current world champion in this category. Working very closely with his engine supplier to make sure that he's not only got the speed, but the run time. Cars have to be powerful and fuel efficient. Nitro, of course, a very different beast to Nitro on-road, of course, a very different beast to Nitro buggy. So we'll watch Tony get the lap, or not the lap, but the pass on Valente. Nice clean pass. Valente letting him pass there. And we'll move forward almost the full length of the straight to the bright orange car, yellow car, number 1 of Andrea Catanzani. As I said before, running the only Serpent vehicle here this weekend. Now, some people might find that extremely difficult. Of course, he's doing really well. I think from the results I read, if I remember right, a third, and a fourth overall so far. So he's positioned himself to be right in there for the semis. Coffenzani, a very, very quick young Italian racer. Oh, and Filippo is just coming to the pits just below us. Just below us is our TQ man. And that's, sorry. I thought we could get a view of it, but sorry. Yeah. So he's done. He's pulling it off. So he's finished off. There's the zero car there. That's D'Angelo, who for whatever reason we don't know didn't even start the run. But there is Filippo Beretti's mechanic putting his car on the car. There it is. Happy with his run. I don't know what happened. So we're going to stick with the minty green car of B.A. Arnaldi as he's catching a few of the other vehicles. B.A. currently in second, coming into this fourth qualifying round, running the Genius. Speaks very, very good Italian, which at first I was surprised by, but you know, he's works very closely with the team, has been running Genius cars for years in large-scale touring car, and of course a two-time championship winner in this category. So 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Here's this car 4 just ahead of him. That's Guillermo trying to get past Valente, but we'll stick with Arnaldi, who is arguably our fastest racer out. Well, I mean, he's winning this particular heat. Making up loads of time on Guillermo, as we can see just visually. Oh, and Guillermo's run out of fuel. Valente also slow. So that is the end of Guillermo's run. Arnaldi with a minute. How did Guillermo run? What happened there? There's a minute and a half left in the run. Arnaldi bossing this one. 18.76 fastest lap. Shepis matching that. Let's see if I can find the car 9. The car 9 is actually 2 cars back. We haven't followed Skepis in this one. Skepis just coming into the end of the pits, the main straight, the white and orange car. And actually just taking over the lead from, well, no, they're swapping spots. So they're running very, very, very close. And I think Shepis was that him just slowing very slightly? You can see it you can hear it now. It's running so lean. 15 seconds left. We'll see who makes it this time. Gruber's still running. Alessio is being pulled into the pits. Netanelli's still running. Gruber not running anymore. So time is just about to finish. So Skepis still running, Senesi still running, and Arnaldi. The only 3 cars out of 10 still running. So Arnaldi taking that one. We'll see if we can get a quick word with him.
Yeah. So electric was good, nitro's getting better.
Yes, nitro good rate for fuel, and for me with little bit more temperature work better my car, and it's happy. This moment is happy with my package.
The race all about fuel, right?
Yes, for qualifying, yes. This is difficult. Okay. Normally 0.5 seconds faster for every driver for push.
First 7-8 minutes of the final, no pit stop, right?
Yes, for first run in the final, it's same for in it. After a push, maybe a lot of surprise.
Second, after that, the race will be seriously much faster.
I hope I go work for this. Thanks.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
So B.A. Arnaldi there. It's celebrating a TQ, his first TQ in a GT8 this weekend. And also, we'll see what that does to the standings as we just play this out. Right, so in electric, Arnaldi has 3 zeros, so he's pretty much wrapped up TQ. I don't think anyone is going to. No one else. Izze is the only one with a 0. Only other one with a 0. So Arnaldi with the TQ in electric. Izze, then Mazzeo, then Bayer, then Guillermo, our defending GTE champion, then Skepis, then Senesi, Vaselli, D'Angelo, and Tom Hawk. In Nitro, in GT8, right now, after 4 rounds of qualifying, we've got Filippo Beretta, again, 3 TQ runs. We saw him out in that last one, but he came into the pits fairly early, so I'm assuming checking something with the engine. There's no need for him to run for the rest of the day, but who knows? Potentially he was running in some tires to get to scrubbing in some tires, is a guess. And then we saw Bernard Arnaldi, BA, taking the TQ there for the last round. So assuming he can do that again in round 5, he'll have a 0, and a 2. He has 2 2-point finishes, meaning second place. And then Alessio Mazzeo, overall 3rd at the moment, with Skepis, Catanzani, Itze, Pelosi, Gruber, D'Angelo, and Kilic. Senesi on the bubble with 11 in 11th. And then it's Neumann, Valente, Magno, Rocky. That's your top 15. So still plenty to play for in the final rounds of both electric and nitro, and we'll see how that wraps things up going into tomorrow. So we will be wrapping up the program today without a mechanics race. We thought we would have one, but we're not, because the top drivers who would be allowing their mechanics to run their cars don't want them to drive them into the ground, basically. So after the fifth round of qualifying coming up. It's about to start in 2 and a bit minutes. We'll be ending the program, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, and now we got the main car. Now it's a four-way battle.
Poleman is being run back to the pits. Our Poleman is going to miss the start. Oh no! Hatner's going with Finn. Finn and Hatner right together now on the last time. And Finn's on the inside. He's got him.
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kobovic made an error, so Kobovic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
Is to take the most amazing European Championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had me a while, man. Waiting for it for a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. David Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
All right, so time has just started for the final round of qualifying for GTE Heat number 1. Here you can see the drivers out on the rostrum. Some of them very late to get on the stand, but I think they're waiting to make sure that they don't go out too early and burn up their batteries. So we are with one of our Croatian racers. That is Matosic, I believe. Yes, our leading car. That white and red. Very easy to spot the Croatian racers. Loving the red and white checkers. Taking it pretty liberal with the curbing going into the sweeper. Trying to chase down, that's the car 1 of Lalande. Oh, getting sideways. Now grass all over the tires. We'll see how they're able to handle the massively reduced traction. And losing lots of time now is Matosic. But if we move forward to the bright purple, well, geez, how many colors on that car? Purple, yellow, gray, blue, and grass. So again, another one who's going to be missing out on a lot of traction through this infield section. It's car 8 of Fekel. Trying to get all the rubbish off the tires. taking that center chicane fairly good. All right, so if we drop back another car to the yellow, orange, yellow, and white Audi-shaped car. Oh, it's just gone on the grass. Okay, I'll take that one. Commentator's curse. Car number 6 for Schrenk. If they come off the track again, they're going to be well into the clutches of the car that's behind, which is a half orange, half blue. It's another one of these cars that's got the left half is one color and the right half is another. It's the car 3 of Moring. And making it past the car number 8. So 3 minutes, 50 seconds left in this one. So if we drop back 2 cars, it will be the bright orange on the side that's facing us. And you'll see when they turn the corner, suddenly the car becomes bright blue. I mean, it's definitely different. I'm not sure I would choose it for myself, but it certainly makes it unique on the track. Good speed down the main straight. They've got the number 5 car, Vinegar, just past them, just there. And wisely choosing not to try and get the position back because it's not really a race against the cars. Oh, but able to get the position back when that car 5 spun round. Weniger now going to try and get past again. We have seen Weniger go into the grass a couple times, though, just off camera. So it's a case of one of these drivers who is legitimately pretty quick, but makes just too many errors. So if we drop back 1 car to this very interestingly painted, I think there's so many colors and stripes on it, I can't actually make out the number. I think it's a 1 of Lalonde, I think it's a 1 on the side. Coming across a massive pack of cars. It is the 1 of Lalonde, one of our leaders, and deciding to keep things fair and interesting by going on the grass. So minute 45 left. Oy! That's purely a racing incident. So Lalonde in this car 1 going around the sweeper, down the main straight, very, very quick. It's very cool watching those the lane stripes go flinging past the car. And then around that very roughly serrated curb, we covered that in the pit walk during the lunch break. Once we're finished with this race, feel free to scroll back in the live coverage, and you can watch the pit walk. It's just a little over 10 minutes. It's interesting watch, I hope. And we do go out on the track and just show a couple of the corners where the drivers are able to just cut the track a little bit and get a close-up of what the serrations look like. They can be pretty intense. If you see why. I'm sure some of these drivers tried driving over those red and white curbs, but it's one of these things that you do it once, and that's the last time you try to do it because they're very rough serrations on these curbs. So 15 seconds left in this one. We're going to stick with Lalonde because, that's not the quick way. Trying to get around that number 5 car of Vinegar. So everyone coming across to finish. See, without just the electric engines going, you can actually hear the computer voice count off the cars as they finish their run. So not really easy to do that with the nitro cars.
Makes an error. Marcus Carrup is through.
No, it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside. He's got him.
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
So time has started for Q5 Heat 2. So first couple of laps in the books. We are on car number 8 and 4, I think, of Tower and Tobias. Oh, let's stick with Tobias. Oh, we got body tuck on this car here, the number 2 of Alberghino. I'm pretty sure there's a pretty serious body tuck on that left, the right rear. It's been hit. Oh, and there it goes. It's going to stick with the car number 1 as catching up to Tobias Bayer. Car 1 of Uwe Benk. And that white and orange. Making his way very quickly through the field. Coming up to the car 8 of Tower now. I mean, moving very quick, but let's hope that he's able to finish the run. We've seen plenty of racers lose out on a lap or more when their cars dump or they run out of fuel. And 2 cars in the grass. One of them able to get out. It's off camera. Still 5 minutes to go. So Chikura Alberghino, who we were following briefly until he came off the track. So this is cars number 1 of Benk and Schrenk. That's right, Benk and Schrenk. Oh, and hitting the jump. That's another bad way to hit the curbs. So that's Alberghino getting past Schrenk now, or Benk, and chasing down Benk. So it is now Benk, Alberghino, Schrenk. Oh, and a huge error, and still with the body tuck is Alberghino. Oh. The only thing that driver of car 5 can hope for is to hopefully not have any grass on his tires after all that. So let's see this car here. Let's see, follow this one. Looking familiar, a little bit too much steering there into the dirt. So it's car 3 of Katura. Well, our leading car. We followed Zdenek. I think it's Zdenek. But we followed Katura quite a bit. Yes, it is Zdenek. Look at that. I remember things. Still quite a lot of steering. Ooh. Having so much steering that they slow down a lot. Just way too much. This is what we were hearing from some of the drivers that we talked to in the pit walk about running used tires in the front to tame the excessive steering. Or tires, used tires at the back as well to just calm down the back end of the car as well. So it's all sorts of tuning that needs to be done on these cars. No, remember, no tire sauce, no tire warmers allowed here. This you get tires out of the box from the inspection team, and you put them straight on your car. Nothing to do with anything. In a way, it's simple, but in a way, it changes the way you have to learn how the tires operate during the rounds of practice that you get. So something is going on with the Zenenik's car here. It's just like getting a bit herky-jerky, fast and slow, it seems. So under 2 minutes remaining now. I'm trying to see, well, unfortunately the car that I wanted to move to is stuck in the grass. Just there. So we're with sticking with Katura for the moment. Who's someone Alberghino moving back up into the top spot, even with the body tuck. So if we move to the green car, just come underneath us on the about to pass the yellow car on the main straight. Wow. Okay, now is he just giving a body tuck to that number 5 car? I think he has. That's unfortunate. Even worse, he couldn't even pass off the body tuck, so they both have body tucks. Doesn't seem to actually affect anything, though. That's weird. So Alberghino is who we're with here, this green car with the Swiss crest. So 45 seconds remaining. I bet all those cars in the slowdown zone on the main motorway that we can just see through the tops of the trees. I bet they wish they were going as fast as some of these cars here. Friday afternoon traffic. So Alberghino on the last quarter of a minute. Everyone's, and then into the grass. And then not able to, the no traction out there on the grass. So it's going to have smart Marshall, but obviously going to be frustrating for Alberghino. And still with the body tuck. That's all right. Time is expired, so as they crossing the line now, finishing the race. So that order finishing. Alberghino. I would keep going. Not sure whether they're Alberghino was finished there or not. So Alberghino and then Katura finishing top 2 there. So just going through some of the comments. Ivan Cinco asking what timestamp for the pit walk. If you scroll back through the live coverage, it's just before the last set of Nitro races. So probably, what is that? 3, 7, maybe an hour or so, roughly. Lasso Kid asking, do these run turbo timing or not allowed? I believe they do. Nigel W asking, will there be changing tires in the Nitro main final? Unlikely. It'll just take a massive amount of time. If I remember right, they are allowed to, but no one does. It would just take far too much time. And just for everybody's benefit, the overall TQs are set. GTE taken by B.A. Arnoldi from France, running a Genius. And GT8 Nitro taken by Fabio Barretto from Italy, running also a Genius. Remains to be seen what happens with the remaining spots. And we do have some interesting specs here from EFRA, from the driver supplied information that they ask for. There's at least half a dozen cars that I haven't even mentioned that are actually present here. So obviously we've got X-Ray, Capricorn, Shepis model, Hongnor, Genius, MCD, Raptor, S-Works, I believe it's going to be WIRC, SNRC. I'm not familiar with that one. Serpent, of course, Senesi Motorsport, our title sponsor. iPhoenix and MLX. I believe ND is going to be information not supplied, I think. It's not a brand called ND. So time has just started. We are starting ourselves with this white, green, and blue car. Coming off the straight through the chicane, the car number 2, Cerveni. What a nice, clean paint scheme as well. Going around the sweeper. 6.5 minutes to go. And hopefully everyone is still running in 6.5 minutes. Everyone so far has. It's only the top guys who seem to be having problems. But they're running at such high spec. And everything on the edge. It will be interesting to see how the remaining places on the starting grid finish up for GTE. Well, and GT8, of course. So if we just wait there and catch the next car back, it's the orange and white, number 8. Going through the sweeper now, that is Sandhofer. George Sandhofer. As they're also catching the number 7 of Gerd Renner, who's been passed by the first car we were following, number 5. Is George coming around the infield hairpin through those. I mean, it's great. You can actually see the cars rolling with the body weight through those corners on the infield. Nose dipping as they're hitting the brakes going into these tight corners in that midfield chicane. So if we drop back 2 more cars, we'll see Gerhard Pfeiffer in the car number 5. Gerhard from Switzerland. There's quite a few of them. Not the biggest team, but quite devoted. Gerhard running the Genius. And some RCTV stickers, which if you want to know how to get those, hit the join button underneath the viewing window on YouTube on the RC Racing TV channel. Hit the join button and you'll get all the details about how to get free stickers and merch discounts on rcracingtv.com gear, and hats and shirts and jackets and hoodies and all sorts of great things. Car just in front, sliding off into the grass, making plenty of space for Gerhard. Have a big kerfuffle in the chicane, but that was happened off camera. There's a huge amount of open space behind and ahead of Gerhard. He's literally in a whole space of the track that's completely on his own. So if we go to the infield hairpin to the right there and catch this red car, that is going to be Jiri Pfeiffer, I believe. Car 6. Sorry, no, it's Stolze. There is a Jiri Pfeiffer. Oh, Jiri's running a different. Yeah, okay, I see Jiri's car there. But this is Christian Stolze running in 4th at the moment. Trying to catch up to the number 4 car of Tomislav. And we saw Tomislav give us a fantastic race highlight, or event highlight, actually flying over the fence on the far side of the track. So I'm sure not on purpose, and it's definitely not something you'd want to do. Ended up being a very, very slow lap, being retrieved by one of our young local marshals. In fact, let's give Tomislav a little bit of love and move forward 1 car to the dark red and black car. Is that black or blue? Doesn't matter. Dark colors. Dark. Yay! Yay! Attenzione! Attenzione! Oh! Oh, and a body tuck for the car 6. Unfortunate. But Tomislav carrying on through the hairpin, through the chicane. Now, Tomislav, you're on camera. Don't do anything silly, like fly off the track into the bushes on the far side of the track. Hopefully no nettles or thorns or anything like that over there. But we want to give Tomislav some love because that was literally a fantastic highlight. And obviously to let him show his friends back home that, you know, he can get around the track just fine. Assuredly much better than I possibly could. That's the car 4 of Tomislav. Let's see, who haven't we followed? If we move forward another car, this will be Jiri Pfeiffer. No relation to Gerhard Pfeiffer. In the car 3. So 1 minute remaining. Oh, Jiri going pretty slow around that corner. I'm not sure if there's a body tuck happening there as well. No. Oh, and a tire has come off the number 7 at the end of the straight. So that's pretty bad. Tomislav getting a pass on Jiri. And as the referee has said, it's the last lap for everybody. Time going to expire in about 20 seconds. And then the drivers will have to complete one more lap to get their maximum laps in 7 minutes of racing. And that is time finished. So cars starting to finish as they cross the line. Carlo Bank, Gerd Pfeiffer taking the win this time round with a 19 flat fastest lap of everybody. So we were talking about what chassis the drivers are racing. We also have some information on the batteries. So I'm sure plenty of racers are interested in that. Number one choice is Intellect. Number two is Nosram. Also LRP. Right up there. Next most popular is Corsatec. And then a variety of brands. T Pizzo, EZ, Jevis, Elsaram, XTR, Aeromax, and Gens Ace. So 10 seconds before the next heat clock starts. Looks like Uri is back to his main color scheme of magenta and black. Okay, sorry, just looking at a technical thing. Right, so we are back with Heat 4 of Round 5 for GTE, the electric category. And we're with the very easy to spot Uri Hootie going down the main straight. Uri in that car number 8. Moving quick. And he's got Dan Jones trying to catch up to him in the car 4. So if we drop back one car to Dan, he's very rapidly getting caught by the car 7 of Kogel. And Dan very wisely moving over. Dan had a pretty bad run in the last round. Oh, now he's got grass all over his tires because Kogel spun out in front of him. He tried to avoid it, but now he's got a body tuck. I think, Dan. Maybe not. The way that black bit in front of the rear tire makes it look like he's got a bit of a body tuck, but he doesn't. So Kogel, again, trying to get past him. And there he goes. Gives him plenty of space this time. Opens the door very wide. Oh, someone trying to do some rally. I thought we were just about to switch to a car. Well, 2 cars now trying to do rally. What is happening? Is everyone just on old tires? Ooh, Dan dipping it. So if we move forward to the half minty green, half magenta car, just coming to the final turn down the main straight, the not straight. This is Kogel. Ooh. Taking it liberties with the curbing there. Quite nose heavy. Nearly taking it. You can see why it's fairly easy for drivers to run out just way too wide there. So on the outside of the main straight, directly opposite us, is a strip of grass. The tarmac of the track just drops about a couple of centimeters, about an inch or so off of down into the grass, and then there's barely a car's width of grass, and then there's a concrete paving slab wall, and just above that is about a meter high chain link fence. So you definitely don't want to swing it way too wide. It's already bad enough if you get on the grass, but to hit the wall or worse, tumble and flip over and fly yourself over the fence like we saw one of the cars do earlier today, that would just equal disaster. Let's see if we can find the car 9 of our leader, who's actually 2 cars ahead of this Kogel, So if we go to the end of the straight is our leader in the bright yellow and black. Seemingly very slow coming out of that turn. This is Johannes Neumeier. Trading fastest times with Mauro Dostal, I think in the gray car. Marcel Dostal. So they're about a half a lap apart, so they're nowhere near each other on track. They're just purely racing each other by the clock, but they are trading the top spot position, so eventually they'll sort each other out. But, ooh, that might cost the number 9 car the top spot in this qualifying run. That little mistake. So the next car going on the straight now is the gray car. It's at the end of the straight now. This is Marcel Dostal, who is now the overall leader, or the current leader of this qualifying run. Very hard to see number 2. Not sure why anyone would pick gray, and is particularly this shade of gray, and then hide the car numbers on the top of the rear deck. But you know, there you go. At least they've got pink stickers on the sides. But Marcel running very strongly in the lead spot now. Actually coming up on Dan and Uri to put some time on them. And then going to be catching up to, I think it's Pasquale. So 35 seconds to go. We'll make sure that, try to cross fingers for everyone to cross the line and get all the laps that they want to get. Marcel coming down the pit straight in the grid around the sweeper. Down the main straight, hard on the brakes. Full throttle again, just into that very tight chicane. You can see some drivers taking it very, very slow. And then over the finish line there and straight into the pits. So Marcel Dostal and Dan Jones, and then Johan Neumeier. That's your top 3.
Rosario is your European champion. Fantastic stuff. Nathan Senesi wins the most amazing race to take the most amazing European championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Right, so the penultimate, second fastest heat of GTE on the driver's stand and in the pit lane, getting ready to go out. So obviously, for those of you curious, the GTE category will be operated just like every other electric championship. 3 A-final races to decide the winner. 7-minute races. 7 minutes? I'm pretty sure it's 7 minutes. Hard pressed to make 8 or 10. The top 4 drivers in GT8. And remember, we do have the pole drivers for each category has been decided, but the rest of the top 3 yet to be figured out. But the top 4 racers in GT8 will go straight into the main final. And then from the semifinals, the top 3 drivers from each semifinal will go in. And then, yeah, there's a last chance final. So the winner of that one will be the 11th car. So it's 3 from one final, 3 from the other final. That's 6, plus another 4. That's 10. And then the last chance final winner. So just while I remember, we do want to massively thank the sponsors who are bringing this, helping us bring this coverage to you. From Leipzig in Germany, the EFRA 2025 European Championships for GT8 and GTE. And that is Senesi Motorsport, Hobbywing, Energy Fuels, Elseram, Shepis Model, X-Ray, Gmar, and Corsatec. Drivers out on the track, and let's see who we pick up here. White car with the all black wing. Of course, everyone running the same tires as the car number 5 of Schutz. Very heavily on the nose. Lots of steering in this car. Someone's body shell is rubbing. You can hear it as it drives past. I think it's Doris. So this car actually looking pretty good. Oh no, it's not Doris. It's the car's 0 again. You can actually see the body shell bounce. So if we drop back one car. This is the 0 of Nick. That gray nose on it. Oop, that's not going to help. See, as it goes past, you might be able to just see it vibrating, and it goes into the wall at the end of the straight. Into the shadows, so it's very, very difficult to see from the camera. Coming up on him now is Jordan Neumann. And that white number 3. Jorn looking pretty quick, but possibly struggling to make it into the top 10. Of course, running the S-Works just like he is in off-road. Interestingly, not running the black wing like he used to in off-road. He changed it for off-road, and he's sticking with it for GTE as well. Someone taking the rally route at the end of the straight. Who's that car 9 that he just passed? Sunkar. And 4. So if we drop back, Neumann is there. Drop back 2 cars to the mostly orange and white car of Tom Huck, the number 4, just coming around that hairpin. That's the one. Tom, very quick, topping the timing board every time he comes around and staying there. No, Puker takes it off him. Puker is car 2, so we'll have a look for him next, but he's probably about halfway around the track compared to where Tom is. So yeah, he's several cars ahead, but so if we move to the infield hairpin, just stay at the Marshall Point 6. The blue car is Puker, who's challenging Tom for the top spot. Now, of course, Jorn Neumann decides to join the party, but he's running right behind the blue car that we are with. Ooh, wide there. Neumann almost wants to join the party out in the car park, but getting past. Wow, okay, so that's going to make complicate things for Puker if Puker visibly just a bit faster, but Neumann just more confident in the corners. And then Puker takes it back off him. So the pace of these two almost identical, just in different spots of the track. Neumann still overall leading. So this is going to be the story here, I think. Although Tom Huck decides to spoil things, or try to spoil things. See what happens as they come across. Neumann takes the... and that is going to end the qualifying run for Neumann. That big mistake there, actually knocking one of the track boards out of the way. Wow, so now he's got grass and rubbish all over his tires, and it's going to stay there for another lap or so. Neumann in that white number 3 down the straight. What's that done to his time? He's basically dropped him to second fairly permanently with a minute and a half left remaining in this one. I don't think Neumann is going to be able to make up that sort of time that he just lost, as well as the time that he lost just in acceleration and braking. And he's back on the grass from a mistake, trying to get around the 5 car. That's just bad luck. But 1 minute remaining, so that is going to give Tom Huck a bigger lead now. If we drop back 2 cars, actually, we will be on the orange and white car of Tom Huck as he's going down the straight. He's our leader with 30 seconds to go. As he's getting around the car 8 of Sven Rodewald. And Jorn is also, and he just, what happened there? What happened there? He collided with Tom Huck. I am mildly flabbergasted at that. So that's going to give the win to Pucher, to Highfield Pucher, dropping Tom Hawk down to third. Pietro Luciforo taking second. Jorn discussing it with Tom. Just shrugs all around. So the next group already on the driver's stand, as you can see. We've got Martin Bayer leaning way over the rostrum. Dario Vaselli, the first driver on the right in the blue hat, Natanele Senesi. You can see Adam Izze and B.A. Arnaldi there. Arnaldi, the only one with sunglasses that's facing us anyway. Orange hat is Alessio Matteo. Down at the far end, that must be Leonardo. All right, so just so we're clear, B.A. Arnaldi basically has wrapped up the TQ in this one. He's already got 3-0 results, so 0 for top spot, 2 points for second spot, 3 points for third, and so on. So here's our qualifying results so far. So after 4 rounds, you can see BA there has 0 points. As I was saying, one top position gets 0 points, second position gets 2, and 3, 4, 5, and so on. But BA, after 4 rounds of qualifying, has 3 0-point results and a 54th, which means he just didn't drive. I think he scrubbed in his tires is what we're going to is what happened in the last round, and I expect it's what's going to happen in this one. So Izze looking pretty strong. He said he's targeting a top 3 position in GTE, so that's confidence. Maceo, champion in this category a couple of years ago. Gayamo down in 5th at the moment in qualifying is the defending European champion. Bayer, I don't remember if Bayer was at last year's race, but Bayer looking pretty good as well. Daniel Skepis, Natanele Senesi, Dario Vaselli running the MCD. Alex D'Angelo, Tom Hawk, who we were just following in that last race, also on the MCD. Pucher, not sure what he's running. Daras running the Genius. Lucifora, again, not sure what he's running. But that's top 13. So we have a Genius in X-Ray, a Raptor in X-Ray, a Skepis, a Senesi, an MCD, a Capricorn, and an MCD. That's your top 10 for chassis. So it's really wide open for chassis, to be honest. It's a really big spread of chassis manufacturers out there on the track. But this is what the overall qualifying looks like right now. And I expect Arnaldi is going to basically just scrub in tires and pull off about halfway through the run. So with half a minute left, no one has gone out to get warm-up time on their tires or anything like that. Everyone leaving it quite late, which is the smart thing to do, I would say. So everyone driving around very tentative. Time has started now. So let's follow B.A. Arnaldi first because we expect he's going to go in. We followed him quite a bit, just coming underneath this, down the, across the grid, around the sweeper, down the main straight. Through the chicane, nice and smooth. Going to be catching up to Alex D'Angelo, who I believe it was the last run in GTE. He didn't finish, I believe it was. We'll follow BA for a bit. I think again he's going to be going in. I don't see why he would do a complete run. Ize is going to be the next driver that we follow in that very bright blue car. So he is about to come underneath us in a second. So if we switch to Ize, just at the start of the straight now. Adam Ize in the X-ray. Very close to Senesi. Senesi having a few little niggling troubles of his own. Lets Ize by very easily. And Ize actually is he catching Matseo, who is his challenger for one of the top 3 spots. Okay, now there's a clear track between them. Ize going a little bit wide there. Oh, and getting sideways coming out of the chicane. 5 minutes left. Matseo actually topping the leaderboard right now. So if we move forward 1 car to the all-orange car, as the number 4 of Alessio Matseo from Sicily. And he is about to be knocking on the back door of Dario Vaselli, running the MCD. Alessio, again, running the Raptor car. Yeah, he's definitely catching Vaselli. You can just see it even through the sweeper and through the braking. Vaselli opening the door very kindly, letting him pass. Who's that just ahead is Gaiamo, who has not been having the greatest of times, but he's had some low finishes. So if we move forward 1 car to the white and yellow car of Rosario Gaiamo, just at the end of the straight. Coming through the chicane. Gaiamo at the moment running 3rd. And of course, he'll be wanting to improve. Battle on track, of course, is between Alessio and Ize. Can see that Ize seems to be very slightly stuck behind Vaselli, but he has made his way just now. But I think Alessio has pulled away. So Alessio still overall winning this one on the clock, but Gaiamo running 4th. very, very close on fastest lap times. 17.49, 17.49, 17.50. Guillaume very briefly in the second spot. So if we drop back to the two cars that are just behind, Ize is now catching Alessio. It's the bright orange and the bright blue going down the main straight. It's only qualifying, but it is for the top three positions on the grid. And look at how fast they are catching Rosario Guillaume. It seemed like, Guillaume needs to be very super careful here. I think something's rubbing on Guillaume's car, something, a body or something. You can just about hear it. He's very just holding up Ize, tiny bit. Oh, and he gives him the tiniest amount of room. Ize now has free track to try to catch Matteo. Matteo has about almost a third of a lap clear ahead of him. These two battling for the remaining top three spots in qualifying. Advantage to Itse as we entered this round of qualifying, though. 1 minute and 8 seconds left on the clock. Itse just making a very slight bobble there, I think. Going tiniest bit wide. Alessio, European champion 2 years ago in this category, and also in 10th IC several years back. So he's got the hardware to back up his skills. And Ize certainly has the skills himself. Consistently in the A finals in touring car. Oh, and now there's a visibly smaller gap between them. Guillaume has pulled off the track. So as his effort done. Vaselli letting several cars pass. Oh, and that's it. That is Alessio's run finished. Ize, clock has just finished just now. So is Alessio going to be able to complete it? Ize finishes with a little nudge from D'Angelo. So we'll check as quickly as we can. The ranking lists. Let's see if those have been updated already. So we can confirm Bernard Alain Arnoldi has taken the TQ. Second place, Adam Ize, and third place, Alessio Mazzeo with a second, and a third.
Well, that went pretty well.
Yeah, it was a great run. I knew that we will fight out for the second place with Alessio, so I was just trying to follow him at the beginning, and I hope he will dump. And he dumped on the last lap, so it all worked out.
Arnaldi pulled off, obviously, because he's already TQ'd. Is it going to be hard to overtake from second on the grid?
Well, I think he has a little bit of pace advantage, because he can use more power and still finish the run. But you know, tomorrow is a new day; it can be all different.
Thank you. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
We're here.
Hi, everybody.
Totally secret, no one knows.
You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah. So first round of Nitro GT8 qualifying. Sorry, the first heat of Nitro GT8 qualifying for the final round. So 5 rounds of qualifying in total, 3 to count. We've already had our TQ decided. Our electric GTE top 3 is decided, and that is B.A. Arnaldi, Adamize, and Alessio Maceo. So France, Hungary, and Italy in the top 3 spots. You can see the rest of the order on my rcm.ch. So time has just started. And we'll see who we pick up here. This is the number 9 pink car, giving a very wide berth to the green and white. So number 9 is Alexander Earl. Yep. Oi, no, you don't have to give that much room. But able to get back on track, it's all right. Get back out there. Let's try and find one of our leaders, Clive Connolly, in the car number 3. I don't think we followed him. Oh, okay, he's just about to come underneath us in the red and white. That's the Badger. So Clive, I believe, is one of our Irish racers. A good-sized group of racers coming all the way from Ireland. Fantastic to see. The number 8 car of Locascio being carried into the pits. Something went wrong with that one. Fairly common, but much cooler temperatures today than earlier in the week. So heat probably not that much of an issue for the drivers this time around. Still going to be careful the last minute or so. Well, actually the entire race, because you don't want to use up all your petrol, your nitromethane. You want to be able to run, but we do see a lot of cars die in the last moments of the race, and it costs drivers quite a lot of positions in the overall qualifying results. So we're with Clive Connolly. If we move forward 1 car to the number 4, that is Westenfelder, one of our top 3 racers. Clive, who we were just following, or actually immediately behind, is currently top position. So Uli running 3rd, but Clive catching slowly. Whoa! Clive collides off camera. Or no, we caught it. So Uli, who's this? It's the number 7 that we were following earlier, I think. So Uli in the car 4, now in 2nd position after Clive coming together with a back marker. I think that was a number 10, who's now also been carried into the pits to get restarted, hopefully. Uli taking it pretty steady. The number 2, the Gulf colored, one of the, well, how many, we must have 2 or 3 different Gulf colored cars here this weekend coming into the pits. That is Milvik, who was running 2nd. Now Clive Connolly taking that position back. So this is our overall leader at the moment of the heat, Uli Westenfelder. Clive Connolly was leading this one and then came together with a back marker. Dropped down to 3rd and has just popped back up into 2nd after I think it was Dennis Milvik in the 2 car. Yeah, who is back out there in the Gulf colors. But Milvik now down to 5th. And actually the next car behind on track, but running in 5th. So a couple of laps down probably. Actually you can see on screen, yes, at least just over 1 lap down. Who else would be good to catch is car 6 of Noonan, who's battling for 3rd. with Johann Strasser. Six is just about to cross the finish line now and come underneath us, the green and white car. There we go, that's car 6, Jason Noonan. As the car 10 is being carried into the pits again, so a pretty bad run. So Jason Noonan trying to catch up to the car 7. For some reason, it goes very slow on the straight. I think they were actually braking in a straight line just to give the space to Noonan, make it an easy pass. I suppose it's easier to do that, or better to do that than go wide and get all sorts of rubbish and stuff like that on your tires, but possibly not something that one of these races would expect to happen. But Noonan running this green and white car. I'm going to guess this is one of our Irish racers again. I don't have the country information on the screen in front of me. So Noonan running second. Uli Westenfelder still running first in the car number 4. Only just realized that I think is it Clive Connolly running the pink and white? No, it's Locascio and Noonan running the exact same color scheme, but just in different colors. White and green instead of, and white and pink. Where is Uli? Uli has come off the track somewhere. He's got some trouble. Oops, sorry about that. Car number 4 is not on track, unless it's the one who's just gone into the grass and stopped. Okay, well, we'll go to the blue car, just going through the, well, that's the end of the race, sorry, but that wasn't, spending more time looking for the different cars, paying attention to the clock. So it's Noonan, Strasser, and Milvik, top 3. Westenfelder did come off the track at some point there, lost a couple laps.
It's a four-way battle.
Poleman is being run back to the pits. Our Poleman is going to miss the start. Oh no! Hatler's going with Finn. Finn and Hatler right together now on the last time. And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kobovic made an error. So Kobovic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Michael Olowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
No, it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
All right, so we are getting ready. Half a minute to go to Heat 8 of today's program for qualifying round 5 here in Leipzig. The EFRA European Federation of RC radio-operated automobiles European Championships for GT8 and GTE. This is, of course, GT8, the Nitro GT8 class. This one and 2 more to go to decide. Well, we have our top qualifying racer already decided. That is Filippo Beretta. But we have 2 more positions to decide, and that will come in Heat 10. So this race and 2 more. So let us go to our main camera and see who Will has picked up. I think that's going to be Dan Jones. Oh. Just making things. Whoa. No, I've got. Press that button as well. So, okay. So we're with car 3 of Bruno Barbosa, who we didn't follow very much yesterday, but we're giving him the screen time that he deserves today. Very interesting, fairly realistic, full-size sort of type of color scheme. It's not too RC style, which I like. Going fairly smooth. Could be a little tighter on the turns, but I'll cut him some slack. Rapidly catching is that the car 0? Who's given him plenty of space. The car 0 of Nick. Nick also allows the car 5 of Rocky to get past. So Barbosa currently running 3rd. We'll have a look for car 4 of Magno. Or Magno, I'm not sure where he's from, so I'm just pronouncing it sort of the Italian way. Where's he at? Ah, okay, so just underneath this wheel, the next car is the bright yellow of Magno. Daniel Magno, our leading car in this qualifier. Final round of qualifying, once again. Extremely important to make all 7 minutes so you can get, if you don't, you're going to miss at least 1 lap. In the last top qualifying round, we saw Rosario Gayamo drop out, I think with 1.5 minutes to go. We're guessing it was something to do with a glow plug. So Magno here looking like he's going pretty solid. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. Going down the pit, not straight across the grid. Backup timing loop at the end of the pit straight. Car being rescued outside of the sweeper. So Magno still running a very seemingly safe lead position. Bruno Barbosa, who we were following earlier, was running second, now just taken over by Caligari. Rocky in the car 5. Looks like Barbosa, Caligari, and Rocky all trading spots for that second position. So second, third, and fourth all running very, very close times together. So as Magno catches this very bright, look at that, car number 6 oh, this is our Malaysian friend, Mod Noor. All the way from Malaysia with his Chinese friend who lives in Malaysia as well. Apparently, he was telling me that the Chinese population in Malaysia is second only to Malaysians themselves. It's very interesting. So lots of crossover. And not giving up too much ground there. Ooh, getting a couple wheels off the track, but Modnor gives him plenty of space coming around the final turn. Good stuff. And who's he just passing now? Is this Magno giving us a good tour of everyone else on the track. That, ooh, what happened there? That was, is this car 8, I think, yes. That's very sort of like dull brown of Dell'Aquila. Ahead of him in the white car is the number 9, and he's trying to get past a little bit eager. Dell'Aquila. Whoa, the 8 and the 9, I mean, pretty much coming together. But Dell'Aquila trying to keep Magno behind him for whatever reason, nearly taking it to the grass. Almost had another highlight shot there, Will. Magno in that bright yellow. Dell'Aquila able to just pull away almost at will, it seems there. Whereas Magno seeming to fall behind a bit. So we're with Dell'Aquila in this sort of like purpley pale blue. I'm not sure what color to call that, as he's gotten past the green car, the all green car of number 5. That is Rocky. So Dell'Aquila now, the next car ahead of him is Dan Jones, who's running out of fuel. That is not great. Marshall's not paying attention, having a good little chat with each other. That's not what you're meant to be doing. I don't think they've heard any of this warning that they were just given. So 3 cars coming off of the track. And that's the end of the race.
Rosario is your European champion. Fantastic stuff. Nathan Senesi wins the most amazing race to take the most amazing European championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
All right, so we are getting ready for the penultimate, the second fastest heat of GT8 racing. For this, the final round of qualifying here at the 2025 EFRA GT8 and GTE Euros in Leipzig at the MRC Leipzig Club. Very well-appointed club. So just so everyone is aware, we've got an overall TQ already of Filippo Beretta. The battle for second and third is going to be between B.A. Arnaldi and Alessio Mazzeo, and possibly also Daniel Skepis and Andrea Catanzani. So just so we're aware of the brands and types of cars that are being involved here, we have a Genius, a Raptor, a Skepis, and a Serpent. Spoilers to the party may be Adam Ize with his X-Ray, who's in this next run, and also Burek Kilic. But more likely to be Adam Ize, so we'll spend a bit of time following him. He'll be easy to spot, at least on track, but we'll have a look at Burek as well. He's running a Skepis. He's currently positioned in 10th place. But top four go straight into the final. So at the moment, that's Beretta, Arnaldi, Mazzeo, and Skepis. So it's going to be between Skepis and Catanzani, who we're going to be paying a lot of attention to as the next race starts. So we're with the bright blue car of Adam Ize, so we'll follow him around for a few laps, and we'll see how things develop. We already have a car that is being rescued. See if I can get the number of it. I don't think it's any one of the potential top runners. Car number 9, I believe, of Delgado. Oh, and another car who's just very, very slow, but Ize being held up a little bit by the car 7. This is the heat of nightmares with 5 all white cars. And 2 of the other cars are varying combinations of pink and white. So, you know, fabulous. At least Adam's car is super easy to spot out there. It's the only bright blue car out there. And Kilic is the only other car that's running something that we can reasonably describe as race paint. Kilic running 2 cars ahead of Adam right now. So, and the pink and white car coming off again, the number 9. So Adam running the number 2. Pelosi, he's done pretty well. We've mentioned him quite a bit, but I think he had some bad runs. Actually, overall, he's 7th, and Adam is 6th. Adam was telling us that at least in Nitro, his goal is to be in the top 10, and I think he's certainly going to achieve that. So to be well placed into the semis, start towards the front of the field in the semis. Looks like he's at the moment going to be what, second or third in one of the semis or other. So very slowly catching up. Okay, open the door. That was number 8 of Jorn Neumann running the S-Works. And now Adam is caught up to. We have a frustrated driver smacking the podium. You can actually feel it through the scaffolding poles that we're using here. So now Kilic just been passed by Ize. So Adam on a good run here, but running just a bit behind Pelosi. So Pelosi, I think, is that all pink number 3. So Adam is, we'll let Adam go now. We'll catch the all-pink number 3 at the end of the straight. Coming into the chicane, that's them. This is Gabriele Palosci, currently leading this qualifying heat. Adam is running in clear air, so he's not going to have anybody to distract him, but Palosci also running completely clear air, absolutely no one behind him. And they're separated by just a couple of corners, but several seconds. So it's the 4th and 5th rounds. This is the final round of qualifying. Always very looking at the sharp end of things. Concentrating our focus on the drivers that could potentially spoil chances and dreams for other drivers. Palosci coming through the bendy bits, over the finish line, down the grid, and into the sweeper once again. And a very slow white car as he passes another stricken white car. Palosci around the final bend again. So Martin Bayer taking over second spot. I'm not sure what happened. I think Martin running. Oh, Palosci getting caught up with the other pink and white car. So what is that going to do to the order? Let's see. When the next 2 cars come by, we're going to have Bayer and Izzy. Izzy's popped into second, so he's lost some time. Palosci's lost some time. But still, overall, 5 seconds ahead on the clock. And actually, Palosci, a full... Yeah, so Izzy is 5 seconds behind on the overall clock predicted time. So we're still with Palosci. So it looks like Palosci's going to take this one over Adam, unless he comes into some serious grief here. He's about to come up on Kilic. A little bit of a wide line there, but maybe that's just how he prefers it. Squaring it off a bit more than you would think. So now a 6-second lead. Kilic opening the door nice and wide for Palosci. And another white car stricken in the grass. So I think Adam, okay, so we're down to the last 20 seconds or so. So this is where we're going to start seeing cars drop out, like one by one by one. Palosci's slowing down. Palosci's slowing down. This might be Adam's chance. Palosci is not going to finish this lap. Adam has slowed down. Oh, Adam has also run out of fuel. Just he was slightly quicker than Palosci, so that is going to end up with Palosci taking the win. Izzy, Kilic hopping up into third, then Bayer, Neumann, Daras, Lougheed, and Tarragoni, Delgado, and Lewis.
Rosario is your European champion. Fantastic stuff. Nathalie Senesi wins the most amazing race to take the most amazing European championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
All right, we are getting set for the final round, or final race of the day, really. Now that we think about it, let's. Filippo is not running, electing not to run. So let's follow. Let's drop back 2 cars to the minty green car of B.A. Arnaldi. The number 6 just coming underneath us into the sweeper. This is B.A. Arnaldi from France running into Genius. We're following him because he is very likely going to be one of the protagonists at the end of qualifying today. His teammate Filippo Beretta has already claimed the TQ position, so we know what's going to happen there. However, Arnoldi and Alessio Maceo are two of the racers that could end up in the second and third positions on the grid. Remember, from qualifying, top 4 goes straight into the main final. So top 4, there's no more Super Pole. That is gone. So Arnoldi, the Frenchman, who speaks incredibly good Italian after racing for the Genius brand for many, many years. He's one of the stronger drivers to follow. For some reason, okay, I thought I didn't see Gruber out there. Okay, so Matteo is out there. So we're following Arnoldi. Arnoldi is one of these drivers who you follow him lap by lap by lap by lap, and he just does not make a mistake. He's like Balestre in 10th and 8th IC. If you see a mistake come out of this level of driver, it's a rare thing indeed. I think Alessio is having a problem. Let's move to Alessio, the green car. The orange car 5 that Arnoldi's just passing. Alessio, massive problem. That is going to put an end potentially to his qualifying hopes. He's just underneath this. Let's get back on Arnoldi. Sorry. I was looking for Alessio to move to him, and just as we started to do that, he started slow. So something wrong with the engine or the drivetrain, not sure. Let's drop back 2 cars, Will, to Arnoldi. He's being chased by Tony Gruber in the orange. It was the other orange car that we were just starting to look for, literally, and noticed that something happened, and he's pulled out the pit off the track. I'm directly underneath this, so our camera can't get a good angle on it, but there we go. We can see Daniela Iolesi just on the other side of that Marshall with the orange vest on, the high vis. Unfortunately blocked by the cardboard tire box. Iolesi checking the drivetrain, checking the spur gear. So yeah, you can see, Marshall gets back in the way again, unfortunately. Wanting to have a good look himself. So I've got a prime view, but we just can't get a good angle on it with the cameras, unfortunately. Sorry about that. So yeah, still on Gruber. So who else is it's Gruber winning this one at the moment, and he's actually chasing the second place car overall, Alex D'Angelo, who has had a couple of rough qualifying runs himself. But remember, out of 5 runs, we got 2 dropouts. So I think that it's going to put this run for sure is going to put Arnoldi on the second position on the grid. See who else we can follow out there. Catanzani, a possibility. So let's, at the bright yellow car just crossing the finish line now, Will, coming underneath this, the car number 1. That's the one. That is Andrea Catanzani. Again, the young Italian racer, the only Serpent racer here this weekend in either category. He's a good racer, a strong racer. Very forceful when he needs to be, as many of these Italian racers are. And Arnaldi has pulled into the pits, somewhat as expected. I'm slightly surprised that he's been out for this long. Gruber has just pulled into the pits with a minute and a half to go. And his dad pulling the car off and stopping it. Another car stopping at the end of the straight. We're still with Catanzani. Guyama's still running. So some cars seeming to come in on their own, others stopping unexpectedly. You see the train going past there. We're right next to a commuter train line and a very busy motorway leading to Dresden. So 40 seconds to go. So D'Angelo, Catanzani, who we're following, running second. Shepis is another one who might be able to challenge Catanzani for fourth place on the grid. Where is Shepis? I think is still running. Shepis running the car number 9. So if we move one car ahead, I know there's only 10 seconds left in this run, but one car ahead to the white and red car. That is Daniel Skepis. Running, of course, the Skepis. I see everyone running very slow now, wanting to make it to the end, wanting to make sure that they get their lap. Oh, and Catanzani has cut out. Skepis is going to be the only one to actually finish the run, moving to the top with 23 laps. So that might put him well ahead of Catanzani on the grid. We'll see how that shakes things up. And we're going to try to talk to Filippo. Actually, he's not even on the grid. So on the stand. Yeah, we'll have these the interviews with the top 3 in both classes online later. But the way it shapes out is our drivers who are moving straight into the main final are Filippo Beretta, B.A. Arnaldi, Daniel Skepis, and Andrea Catanzani. So a big shakeup in the top 4. We're going to have interviews with Filippo, B.A., and Daniel online later. The rest of the semifinals look like Mazzeo, D'Angelo, Izze, Pelosi, Gruber, Kilic, Senesi, Magno, Valente, Neumann, Bayer. That's your top 15. And I believe it's going to be Rocci, Rosario, and Dell'Aquila as well in the semis. So, yeah, it's all to play for. It's coming tomorrow. Make sure and check the schedule on myrcm.ch. Oh, there we go. There's our overall qualifying for this is for GTE. Yes. Okay. So here's our overall qualifying for GTE. So these are straight, just like normal, any other electric class. Top 10. That's your A final. So we have Arnaldi, Izze, and Mazzeo. We're going to be talking to them. But we also have in fourth place Martin Bayer, Daniel Skepis, Senesi, D'Angelo, Fiselli, Pucher, and Huck. The B main pole sitter is Filippo Beretta, but he can, kind of rest easy on that because he's the pole man for GT8. So, that's all right, isn't it? And we're going to have those results come up just here we go. Thank you very much, Matt. So Filippo Beretta, you can see there 3 TQs in a row. Arnaldi taking a TQ, and Skepis with his TQ catapulting himself ahead of Catanzani and Mazzeo. So Beretta, Arnaldi, Skepis, and Catanzani, that is going to be the top 4 going straight into the final, and the next, is it 20 racers, I believe, are going to be spread across the semifinals. So Mazzeo is going to be starting on pole for one of them, and D'Angelo is going to be starting on pole for the other. And then we have Izze, Pelosi, Gruber, Kilic, Senesi, Magno, and Valente. You can see the rest of the finals layouts on myrcm.ch. And we'll see you tomorrow here from sunny Leipzig at the MCV Leipzig Club for the EFRA 2025 GT8 and GTE European Championships. We want to thank Senesi Motorsport, Hobbywing, Energy Fuels, El Saram, Shepis Model, X-Ray, Gmar, Corsatech, and definitely EFRA. And I'd like to thank Matt McCallum and Will Venables. My name is Frank McKinney for RC Racing TV. We'll see you tomorrow live for the finals.